NUFC Early Night News with Gary DeJordy Yum Yum, Andrew Boki, Christina Cage, and Derek the Mighty Wind. Weekdays from 8 p.m. UK, 2 p.m. USA. NUFC Talk.
Hello, good evening one and all, and welcome back to NUFC Talk TV for your daily Premier League show, 6:30 till 8 o'clock, with two top-notch shows coming afterwards, with the Geordie Yam Yam and the gang on at 8, and the Twins will be joined by Win for the grand finale tonight. But before we get to all that, it's myself and Ian Mackay. How's it going, my friend?
All right, yeah. Hey, it's really April now, isn't it? Sweltering sunshine at lunchtime, tucking it down like a monsoon now.
Yeah, horrible, innit?
It's all good. Arsenal will play better this weekend because the pitch will not be as dry as it was against Bournemouth. So hopefully they can get back to playing the way they would like to play, as long as nobody substitutes the ball for one that's just the wrong shape.
Yeah, or the pitch will be too wet. We've seen all the rumours before. But it's just just the two of us for the time being. DXK will be joining us around the hour mark. But on tonight's show, we're going to be looking back on a result that could reshape the Premier League run-in as Leeds stunned Man United at Old Trafford on Monday night. We'll break down what it means at both ends of the table, the pressure building on managers towards the end of the season, and a huge weekend ahead in the title race, the relegation battle, and beyond. But before we get into all that, Ian, I've got one gripe that annoyed me about 10 minutes ago, and I really want to talk about it. So, if you don't mind, I'm going to ask you. No. I'm going to ask you a question. If you see a rumor, if you see a rumor in a newspaper such as the Guardian, the Independent, the Chronicle, whatever it is. And this is one for the chat as well, by the way. If you see a rumour in a newspaper, do you take it as gospel, or do you go, right, there's about a 10% chance that's actually real, but it'd be interesting? What do you think? What do you do?
I think if it's on the BBC, I'm thinking that somebody somewhere with some authority must have made some hint for them to pick that story up. I used to think that about the Evening Chronicle, but now I think the Evening Chronicle are scouring every Facebook page, even the ones that are coming out of Central Africa, for something that they can print that might be a rumour. But we all know, I mean, you know, even when you're watching Eddie Howe and his press conferences live, it's not all true. So, you know, the press can't possibly be getting hold of a load of true stuff. I think if it was Craig Hope on his Thursday Confidential, I might think there was something to it because he's been proved right a little bit. Mm-hmm. But you know, I would be asking some questions. Maybe I would be discussing it with everybody. I wouldn't necessarily assume it was gospel. And Gordon's been linked with Bayern Munich, which seems to be a generally accepted, probably a good move for him if they'll have him.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know. I don't know if he's going to go or not because Gordon's not wearing a Bayern Munich top. And nobody at Newcastle has said Anthony Gordon's moving on. He's got a fantastic opportunity to play for Bayern Munich. I mean, you know, a lot of these things you don't know are true until they're actually there in black and white, I was going to say. Of course, he wouldn't be in black and white if he's joining Bayern Munich, but there you go.
No, absolutely. And the reason I ask is because I've known you long enough to know you would question things. And just quickly before I go into a little bit of a run, hello to everyone in the chat who's already saying hi. Thank you for being here. Christina in there saying, I always assume it's a rhubarb. And I'm exactly the same. But The Guardian came up with the story today. Marco Rose, top of the list to replace Andoni Iraola at Bournemouth, and apparently he'd be keen on the opportunity. Doesn't seem too out of the ordinary. I looked at it and went, yeah, we'll see. And then about half an hour later, I go back on X and I see Newcastle fans hurling out saying, I can't believe Bournemouth are getting a trophy-winning manager from Leipzig, and he was also at Dortmund, and Newcastle fans, we'd only be able to get Steven Gerrard and Gareth Southgate. And I'm like, calm down. That baffles me. If you believe the Guardian's transfer rumours, Alan Saint-Maximin's playing for our AC Milan right now. We've got Denzel Dumfries and James Maddison playing for her. Arsenal's midfield two is Moses Caicedo and Amadou Onana, and that's just the stories I found in a day. So I really don't understand how people can take them too seriously, and I just wanted to make sure I wasn't the only one, because for me it's baffling. What do you think?
Well, I think Rose. Maybe he wants to come and test himself in the Premier League.
It could definitely happen.
Maybe like Areola had, because Areola's 3 years at Bournemouth is essentially looking like a bit of an audition, maybe to even be offered the Real Madrid role. So you're very, very high profile to get any team in the Premier League if you're coming from Europe. I would have thought with his record that he could easily be on our list, but he would also be on Man United's list. He might be on Chelsea's list. He's got a good recent record of success. His teams play attractive football, so he's an attractive option for anybody looking to change their manager. But fair play, if Bournemouth could have had him chatted to for the last 18 months, knowing their system, and he's just ready to, he's known since before Christmas that Areola was going to announce he was leaving in April, at the start of April, and therefore they're fixing that all up because Bournemouth are quite well organised.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's be honest. Bournemouth are a great club, or in the back room, should we say, because they can seem to get things right at every level. But it's also one of those where, if you look at SCR going into next season, they're the team that's going to struggle the most. So it'll be very interesting to see how they do. Obviously, the sales that they've made this season aren't included in the figures, so there is a chance that they're nowhere near as close to that 85% mark as some others. But if they get Europe down to 70%, I don't even think the sales they've had could get them there. But for me, it's just I see these rumours a lot, and the way we talk about them on the Thursday night show, the way we talk about them on the Thursday night shows.
I've moved the mic closer to me. That's what it is.
Lovely stuff. Thursdays, Mondays, well, when we talk about them, we always have a little bit of a debate about them, but at the end, it's always a bit of a let's be honest, it's probably not going to happen. So I love it when people do that. You can have a debate about something even with the knowledge that it might not happen, because it's cool, it's nice. But just when people take things far too seriously, it just really gets to me. And to be fair, I'm guilty of maybe doing that right now. But to move away from my rant, first, when we did the show on Monday, it was just before Manchester United versus Leeds. When we spoke about it, we went, yeah, you know what? Man United are probably going to win this. Leeds aren't exactly great away from home. And since Crescencio Somerville scored the winning goal at Anfield on the 29th of October in 2022, Leeds had only won at one Premier League ground between then and Monday night. In 33 matches, they won twice at Molineux, but hadn't won anywhere else. So it was the upset nobody expected. There's a lot to talk about. But with Leeds being 6 points ahead of Spurs now, and they've got Wolves, West Ham, Burnley, and Spurs to play, would you go out on a limb and say they're effectively safe?
Oh, I would go a lot further than that, Michael.
Oh.
Can I just say on Monday, what I said about Leeds was it would be a free hit for them. And actually, they would fancy getting something off Man United, having come back and played so well against Manchester City, having got a 3-3 draw against Liverpool at Anfield. And, they're playing very well. They were unlucky to lose at Newcastle as well. If you remember, they were going into injury time 3-2 up at Newcastle. So yeah. I don't think that was completely out of the blue. Having won those 3 points, though, yeah, Leeds have got home matches against Burnley and Wolves still to come. Now, I think 6 points there means they're way ahead of anybody down at the bottom. I don't think they're going to settle for 15th because, to be honest, they're only 6 points behind Newcastle. So we need to start picking up some points, or we're going to have Leeds overtake us and bloody Forest and West Ham breathing down our necks. I don't think Tottenham can do it. Then they're as bad as we are. But yeah, 14th is bloody embarrassing, but it might not be 100%. The bottom of the barrel quite yet. Certainly,
yeah, you look at those fixtures.
Crystal Palace, I cannot see us picking 8 points up of anybody.
Yeah, to be honest, you're looking at that Palace game and you're thinking that was effectively a free hit for Palace. They don't care. They were already pretty much safe. All they wanted to do was make sure they got through the game unscathed, rest a few players for a little bit of time, and then they've got Fiorentina again tomorrow night. But you're completely right. I mean, Forest getting above us or worse to West Ham maybe unlikely, but there's talks of Eddie Howe, Raiola, etc. We'll talk about it probably again and again and again. I don't think that's a rumour that's going to go away. But if Newcastle United somehow manage to drop even further, which I'll be honest with you, it seems unheard of, but when you mentioned it there, 6-point gap to Leeds. Newcastle, the way we've played, we've only picked up 3 points in the reverse last season in these exact fixtures. 45 points is what we could end up with, and that'd be worse than what we're having under Bruce. So it isn't unheard of that Newcastle could go even further down, and if that happens, then realistically there isn't a choice that at all. There isn't a choice of who's actually going to come in. Well, whether it's how goes or how stays, it's who do you get in that can avoid this catastrophe again. And it's a shame because Boki said it yesterday. I was going through some of the highlights of yesterday's shows for socials, and he said it himself. Like, it is a real shame that it's come to this. It's sad because how he's gave us some fantastic memories, some great memories, but the great clubs know when it's time to move to that next level and do so by either enhancing the players, enhancing the back room, or enhancing the manager. And, well, I don't think we're going to have the money to do it for players. The back room, we've tried it. Realistic, and if you're failing on every step, it kind of just makes sense to do the manager. But it's a very interesting one. I'm just glad we're safe because, you're looking at those fixtures.
How could protect his legacy? Well, I mean, if he doesn't do anything and we just go on and draw 2 and lose 4 of the last 6, which I think is probably par for the course as we're playing at the moment. If he wants to protect his legacy, he could announce that he's leaving at the end of the season. And I think that might galvanise the team into actually putting out a little bit more effort in and getting us to maybe win some points in these last 5 games. But I don't think he's going to do that.
No.
I think he gives up getting his contract paid off if he's going to get sacked. Which, why would anybody do that? So yeah, I think it's going to be a really horrible. The relegation battle was very, very interesting, wasn't it? Until you start seeing those teams playing so well and picking up points unexpectedly, to the point that they're not going to drag us into relegation. We've got 42 points. That would mean Tottenham winning 5 of the last 6 games, which I don't think they'll do.
Thankfully not.
So we're not going to get relegated, but we're going to get dragged right in, so that when we're looking back in a couple of years going, oh God, yeah, that was the year we finished 17th. It's a blot. It's a blot on the copybook of the project. I mean, it's unavoidable. It's just reflecting how we have been the whole season. I think it was the Arsenal game. Was that the first game? Second home game of the season was the first time we threw away a lead to lose.
Yeah.
And conceded goals it was the second time out of the 3 games we conceded goals in injury time to lose. Liverpool had got one even later than Arsenal did.
Yeah.
So that's how we started the season, and it's just continued for the whole year.
Yeah, I think if it was just like it was for those 2 games, though, because Liverpool at the end of the game, I remember sitting there and going, I can't believe they've somehow managed to get so lucky to do that against Arsenal. There was the handball, there was a couple of moments in the game where you were going, they've really got away with that. In most of the games we've done that, like your West Ham, your Brentfords, potentially Palace as well. You were sitting there going, we're lucky for it to be, well, in Palace's case, a narrow loss. For West Ham and Brentford, we were lucky it wasn't worse. Brentford could have had 5. And I don't even think they played that well, which is mental. Just some of the things in the chat there, because one of them's going to be a heads up as to what we're going to be talking about in just a moment. Christina in there, let's all laugh at Liverpool. I'm going to be going on to that, and I'm actually going to be asking can you almost sympathise with Arnie Slot this season? So get some answers into that. You've already said no. Well, I'll put a case out there. I don't particularly do it myself, but there is a reason for that. Also in there with Josie's going to come and make us the special ones. The Bevis coming in saying Newcastle are not going to get a win under this manager this season. He's done. And to be honest, you look at the games on paper, you'd think surely you get one. But as we've known, Newcastle don't exactly look very good, and I can't see we winning any of them either. If I'm completely honest, I completely agree with them. And then to finish off, Quinny as well. One of the reasons I'm saying could we sympathise. Ekitike now out for 9 months, and the Bevis. I think Jose has a personality that would fit in Newcastle. The fact that he's seen it all, dealt with elite players, and basically done it all makes him ideal. The question I'm going to ask to that, and I'm going to ask you as well, Ian. Do you think Jose is just a little bit past it? Because Fenerbahce, don't get me wrong, you look at the record, it's really good. But he didn't win anything. Roma did well. He's idolised in Roma. Benfica, they're not convinced. And I'm not going to lie, since winning the Europa League with Manchester United, I don't think I've seen a Jose side that I've liked. And that worries me, because I love Jose Mourinho. If anyone asks me for my overall rankings, Jose's second for me. What do you think?
Personality-wise, he's fantastic. Yeah, I do like him. But he's got a track record, hasn't he, of not staying for too long anywhere and leaving the club that he's at in fractured, in disarray by the time he's gone. So I'm not sure he's a unifying factor in the way that Eddie Howe was when he came in. I think we'd love it to start with. We would. But yeah, he's a little bit long in the tooth. And I'm remembering a stat you said, Michael, because he's known as a serial winner, the special one. But he's only won one trophy since 2016.
Yeah.
Did you tell me that?
Yeah, that was me.
That's the same as Eddie Howe, by the way. That is the same as Eddie Howe. So, I would be very interested to see how that went. I think it could be really helpful in getting players to come to Newcastle with no European football, who otherwise wouldn't be interested in coming to Newcastle with no European football. Excuse me, but his teams are a bit pragmatic these days, aren't they? Inter Milan won the Champions League with Inter Milan, but it was quite dull, was it not? Were they not sort of grinding their results out a bit on the fence?
It's one of those Milan fans look back on now saying it's great, but yeah, exactly that. Great comparison. It's Arsenal. It's Arsenal right now.
So yeah, I mean, he's no one could fault the size of the personality that they'd be bringing in for manager there, but like you, I'm not sure how long that would last and how successful that would be. But we'd be in everybody's minds across the world. It would be a fantastic way of elevating us to be selling shirts in Singapore and Ghana, because Jose Mourinho would be involved.
Yeah, that's the thing. Jose Mourinho.
Exactly there, look. He can revive a project, attract good players, bring some fun, but he's not a long-term solution. I agree entirely, Kim Cam.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree. And Flynn, let me know, mate, if that's any better. I've just adjusted myself rather than Ian, just to get something along those lines. But some super chats in there as well. Not super chats, some normal chats in there. But Kenny in there, to be fair, Mourinho never won a game at St James's Park. That probably wouldn't change if he joined us. Brian Penny in saying a completely backward step. No, and that he would bankrupt NUFC. Christina making the joke of fans would want him out as soon as he loses a game anyways. And a view from the Man United side. As a United fan, if you hate house football, your eyes will bleed with Mourinho. And that's the point that I've been making, and I think you've just made as well. It's a very difficult one to say that Mourinho can come in and bring excitement, which is what I was hearing from the panel last night. I think you get excited for about 6 weeks from June till the first game of the season, you watch us get beat by Millwall, and you go, oh no, it's happening again. So for me, it's not one I'd like. And then Lee McFarlane, I'd sooner have Ant Decken than Jose. So very split. But Ian, I'll ask you now.
Sorry, just to interrupt, Michael, is that your long-range forecast for the winners of the Championship playoffs then, Millwall?
It was the worst club. It probably will be, yeah. There's something I wanted to talk about at the end as well, to be fair. Because Millwall in there at third. They've got a good chance. The Millwall, Southampton, Middlesbrough and Hull City all in those playoff places. It looks like Ipswich and Coventry are going up automatically. Yeah. Coventry pretty much cemented it 3 or 4 games ago. But Ipswich look the likely one as well. But we'll be talking about the playoffs hopefully a little bit later as well. But just to go back to Manchester United Leeds, Carrick was pretty much the favourite to get that role. He still is, if you believe the betting odds, but they haven't shifted since Monday. I don't think the brains of Radcliffe, etc., won't have shifted. Seeing that home loss to Leeds United, seeing some of the performances against the likes of West Ham, Newcastle United, where they won't sit there and go, you know what, we need something better than Michael Carrick. Do you think Michael Carrick is Man United manager at the start of next season?
I think he started very well, to be fair. What's more important for them to avoid that is that they have another fabulous transfer window where they're bringing in Acuna and Mbuemo and that calibre of player to. I mean, they have to replace Casemiro. Maybe it's a Toon Army that they bring in to do that. If you believe what you hear, they might have a Lewis Hall to come in to replace Shaw. That's what they're talking about, and I think that would mean that whoever's in charge there will be able to start avoiding shooting themselves in the foot. I didn't see the game because I was on here, but from what I've read, they started in a very sort of arrogant way, assuming they were going to win, and got their nose bloodied in the first 5 minutes and never really got back onto it. And it took the sending off, which I've seen, and yeah, that was the least violent sent off for violent conduct I've ever seen, I think.
Yeah.
But it took that to galvanise them when they're feeling like, right, we're going to have to try now. We're down to 10 men. They actually started putting a bit of effort in and played much better with 10 men. But, yeah, so maybe Carrick ought to know to coach them not to be assuming that they're just going to roll any team over because they're playing at home and this team's in the bottom 6. I
think that's one thing that's... not to break, obviously, you kind of associate Man United with Fergie just because of those glory years, but I think that's something that Fergie actually managed really well of, if you're not up for the smaller games, you ain't going to play those bigger games. And you hear so many ex-players talk about Fergie's style in that kind of way. And I don't think there's many managers out there who can actually do that at the moment. I don't think Eddie Howe does it particularly well, if I'm honest. But I think Michael Carrick's in that sort of same boat of maybe he doesn't have that reputation and influence, or the velocity to sit there and go, right, if you're not going to do it against Leeds, you sure as hell ain't playing against Chelsea next week. So they can just turn up and go, right, we'll do whatever. We're getting Champions League realistically, no matter what, because Chelsea are that poor. Unless Brentford somehow manage to overtake them, it looks very likely they've got themselves there. So yeah, I think it's very, very likely that Man United look for that new manager, and obviously the rumours for that. There's a lot of rumours about Iraola, about Glasner, but again, it doesn't feel Man United to me, because they've tried so many times to bring in these young up-and-coming managers, and every single one of them crumbles under the pressure. So, do you think if Man United can't get in that big name, like the two big names that are there in the odds are Julian Nagelsmann and Luis Enrique, if they can't bring in those two names, is it worth just sticking with a Carrick, or do you think they test the mettle of Glasner, Iraola, etc.?
Well, at least Glasner and Iraola have got a reputation built on performance in the Premier League, which Amorim was Portugal, wasn't he? Ten Hag was Holland. Ten Hag hasn't, when he went to Germany, lasted even less time in Germany than he did at Man United. So I think they might, because I think the reputation's forged in 3 or 4 years of experience in the Premier League. But I think that we'll go for the big name first, won't they? They're always bringing in the big name since they went and got Ron Atkinson. Nobody else will remember him.
I'm afraid I don't. But there'll be a few in here that do, I reckon. But yeah, you need a big personality to deal with Man United. And obviously, if Jose hadn't already been there, he'd probably be the favourite for that job, in my opinion, just because of that personality.
Well, I am sure, and he's my favourite for Newcastle, but maybe it's pie in the sky. I'm sure Pochettino's going to want a job after the World Cup.
Potentially, yeah.
Another 4 years of America, is he? Is he?
You'd hope not.
Unless they
Particularly international football as well. And Moza saying something I'm actually massively agreement in a super chat. Thank you very much, buddy. We need an influx of attacking flair and creativity, 100%. And I think that comes from the manager and the players. Because let's be honest, you sign a Jose Mourinho, it's going to be more of the Eddie Howe style of player, of work very hard, defensively brilliant. You're not going to get any Alan San-Maximans or Ryan Cherkis or Ryans playing in those kind of teams. So I completely agree, Wasamet. I've just on in there as well, Gaz saying, I've always wanted Jose. Up until about 5 years ago, mate, I was exactly the same. And even when it came down to Emery or Howe, I was still sitting there thinking, oh, Jose would be fantastic. But I think this whole next level stuff, I think it might just be a bit beyond him now, unfortunately. But just to go back to some of the chats that were coming in earlier, Brian Penny saying Carrick on a hide into nothing, but Leeds gave them a huge challenge last night and they failed badly at home, 100%. And that was the main thing as well. It was at Old Trafford. You lose like that at Ellen Road, it's probably forgivable, but all the videos I've seen loads of videos of Leeds fans working in Manchester playing like anthems through the streets and stuff, and that sticks with Man United fans because they haven't lost to them in so long. Monkey Spottum saying as well in response to you, Ian, doesn't matter how violent you think it was, pulling hair equals a red card, simple as that. What do you think about that one?
Well, I'm not sure he pulled his hair. I think he just pulled his bubble out of his hair. You know,
yeah, probably.
It's hardly Vinnie Jones grabbing Gaza by the testicles. Yeah. No, I agree. The same way I agree that Botman should have given away the penalty and got booked for pulling a shirt. If it's the rules, it's the rules. And if they actually say in the rules that pulling the hair is a red card offence, so yeah, it was a valid red card. But it wasn't a very violent one, was it? Where VAR get involved and play it in slow motion just to check that it is his hand that pulls the bubble out of his hair. I think
probably needs a different name, doesn't it? Rather than violent conduct.
I was glad Leeds won, but I don't think that red card helped them win. I think it helped Man United come back into the game.
Yeah, they played a lot better after the red card, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. They did. And, of course, what do you call him? Who was it? Did it? Martinez? Was it Martinez?
Yes.
Yeah. He's missing for 3 games now. Because it was a straight red, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's straight red, so he'll be out for the next 3 games. Although, to be honest, that'll probably do Man United a world of good. Quick one from Umar Khan. Hi, Michael. Do you think Bruno G leaves Newcastle? I do not. I think about 3 or 4 other good players will leave. But I think Bruno G gives us another season. And if it isn't a good one, then I think he's off. World Cup's already come. He's already got himself into that World Cup squad. give him a year, and if it's not good enough, he'll want to make sure that he's there for the Copa America, and he gets his big move to actually challenge for the Champions League. What do you think, Ian?
I've got a follow-up question for you, Michael. I don't
Okay.
think he goes at the moment because his family is so embedded in the northeast. But do you think his position might change if he's not playing as Eddie Howe's captain?
Oh, so someone comes in and changes the captain.
Well, no, we know, they might still want him to be captain, but Bruno
Oh, it's
seems
just
to
Eddie
be
Howe.
trusted and trusts. It's Eddie Howe he runs through the brick walls for. Um, I don't know. I would have thought that he'd be professional enough to try and get on with the new manager and continue the project. But you never know, do you? If it depends who they appoint. If it's not somebody who Bruno particularly respects from what he's heard in the game, then could make a difference.
Yeah, you're completely right. It could be, to be honest. Yeah, I hadn't thought of it that way. Well, I had thought of it in regards to other players. I hadn't thought of the impact it might have on Bruno. But yeah, I think it doesn't matter who comes in. I think he gives it a shot. I think he's that kind of person from the what he comes out with and sort of the way he sees mannerisms. It feels like he'd be the kind of person to give it a shot, and then if let's say even at Christmas, if it's not working, just to go, you know what, I've gave you everything. F this, I'm gone. And I hope it doesn't come to that.
I
But
think if Jacob Murphy and Joe Willock would walk out because Eddie Howe goes, that's just strengthening the get rid of Eddie Howe now bandwagon, I think.
yeah, 100%. Like if you can get rid of if these players who are I hate to say it, the English players who aren't really good enough in certain positions, if they want to leave because the manager that's kept them has left, then it is an argument to get rid of him a lot earlier. You're completely right. And just to finish off on Man United, Kim Carrick is no top manager. He just had a short, good run. That's all absolute nonsense. Yeah, completely agree. Failed at, well, it's hard to say he failed at Borough, but he certainly didn't succeed. And it looks like he's going to fail long term if he stays at Man United. And then Gavin Fuller saying the Geordie journos, shout out Cronin, because he's a great journo. Jose consumes the room with his charisma. Yeah, 100%. I would love to do a press conference with Jose Mourinho. I tried to get into journalism. That was one of the things that I really would have looked forward to. Decided not to go into it in the end, and that's one thing, sort of a regret. I never got to do anything with Jose. But yeah, it's you never know. Things might change. But we'll move on from Man United and Jose Mourinho to Liverpool, who were just knocked out the Champions League last night, losing 2-0 at home to Paris Saint-Germain, 4-0 on aggregate. It's all right, Liverpool. Not everyone can do all right against Paris Saint-Germain, and you can respond with, well, not everyone can do well against... I was going to say Crystal Palace, actually, but that doesn't work. Any other team in the league.
Arnie Slot, Premier League, yeah.
Arnie Slot tried something a little different last night. And when I've spoken to Liverpool fans in the past, that is what he's apparently wanted to do all season. That 4-2-2-2. But they don't have the strikers to do it, apparently, when Isak has been out injured. Because Cody Gakpo has to stay on that left-hand side, apparently. But he played Isak and Ekitike together for just the third time. In the two matches prior, they beat Eintracht Frankfurt 5-1 and Inter Milan 1-0. Now, it must be said, they weren't both on the pitch for 3 out of those 6 goals, but it was 2 big wins away from home. They did it last night, and now Ekitike is out for 9 months. Going to miss the World Cup. Absolutely horrible for him. Sympathise with him, despite everything he's done for Newcastle. But
can I just say, Michael, because somebody called us out for it, the fact that Ekitike has done his ankle and he's out for nearly a year is not why we said let's all laugh at Liverpool, or we agreed with whoever said let's all laugh at Liverpool. There's plenty to laugh at about Liverpool and Arnie Slot without it taking any pleasure whatsoever in a fabulous striker Ekitike getting injured. I hope he comes back as well as he has been playing now, because I mean that is a long injury, and he's such an exciting player. You really don't want him to come back with not able to turn quite as quickly or losing half a yard of pace. But anyway, there's still plenty to laugh at Liverpool. By the way, I was on this last night, so I didn't get to watch all of the game. But I think Liverpool gave it a really good go, did they not? Given that they should have lost 4 or 5-0 at PSG,
Yeah.
I think they had a really good go for the first hour. Had a penalty which they then had taken off them, which would have really put the cat among the pigeons. And now the records will show that they were comfortably beaten home and away. But yeah, well, maybe Slot should have gone more with his gut feel and picked a striker out of the reserves to get his formation going. I don't know if Gakpo needs to be on the left wing because they've got little Rio now. He looks excellent down there.
Yeah, he absolutely does. He's going to be one massive talent, and unfortunately, Newcastle were the first club to really see how talented that lad is. But for me, I think I actually quite sympathise with Arne Slot. Not Liverpool fans, because I think the way most of them go on is pretty horrendous. But he's already had Ekitike and Isak both fit, and they won't have been fully fit for those 3 games. And this is the first game Isak came back, 45 minutes. Kenny was saying he's had 5 touches in that first half, and he doesn't look fit at Liverpool, let's be honest. And I said the other night in the chat, Isak for me is one of the most talented players we've had at Newcastle in a very long time. I don't like him. I don't like his attitude, but I can acknowledge how talented he is. And the fact that Arne Slot's not been able to play the 2 of those up front, that's both of his strikers now, long-term injuries. I don't think Arne Slot will be at Liverpool to see Ekitike return. I do kind of sympathise for him for that. But the question I'm going to ask you is, do you sympathise with him, or do you think the transfer strategy they had in the summer window, where they focused on getting Isak for 125 million, Wirtz for 120 million, and just completely ignoring the weaknesses they had in that squad, kind of serves them right?
Well, you think the last player they needed to spend 125 million pounds on was Isak after they bought Ekitike. I think they're going to have 3 or 4 more players for that money. And they could definitely have done with another centre half. They could have done with another right back. Kirkes was meant to be in as left back, ever present, and I think Robertson's probably played more than him.
Yeah.
Frimpong they got as a full back, and he's not a full back really. He's more of a winger. So I think they spent the money really, really strangely. I do remember somebody just asked in the chat. The Liverpool fans assumed that they were going to steamroller everything this year because they'd won the league and spent 450 million.
Yeah.
And it hasn't worked out that. They're going to do well to qualify for the Champions League this year, I think. And they're not going to do it by winning any trophies. So, yeah, it's a tough old season for Slot. But Slot's walked in last year and had that air of arrogance about him, which he had absolutely no right to have. So pleased when we gave him the bloody nose in the Carabao Cup final. Because I think he's won our league last year with Klopp's team all trying a bit harder because they had something to prove.
Yeah.
So, yeah, not an elite manager, I wouldn't have said. Probably will fall on his feet when it comes to finding a new job, but I think Liverpool might be looking for a new manager, as well as everybody else up in that top 6. It's ridiculous. Arsenal, Chelsea, Man U, Man City, maybe. Tottenham have already done it. That's all of the top 6 could be looking to change their managers, which is a very strange state of affairs.
Yeah, let's be honest, the manager market is probably going to be like the striker market was in that summer transfer window. If we end up with a geezer from Stuttgart this time, I think we'd probably be quite happy. Sebastian Hoeneß is a highly touted manager, and he might even get the best out of Nick Voltemade. But yeah, it just for me, I completely agree with you on Liverpool's summer spending being really quite strange, and I said that at the time. After Ekitike went to Liverpool, I was sitting on our pod and I was saying there's no way Isak goes there now because they're not going to spend 120 plus million on another striker. And then they did, and then only brought in a 18-year-old from Parma as centre-back cover, and it's like, okay, now Giovanni Leone is a really highly rated young player. Got injured against Southampton straight away. That, again, another horrible injury. All the best to him. He's probably due to come back soon. But you've got to be spending that money in better places. Gromaton's made a great point as well, and selling Diaz was a mistake by Liverpool. I think that's why the Anthony Gordon rumours won't go away, because I know there was the tragic death of Diogo Jota. He could have played on the left-hand side as well. They sold Diaz. Anthony Gordon, they don't really have a left winger other than Rio now. Cody Gakpo's there, but everyone at Liverpool thinks he's not good enough. They don't really know his best position, whether it's left wing or striker or number 10. It's definitely not number 10. So I do kind of feel for them a little bit, but selling Diaz, I know he wanted to go, but then not replacing him with a left winger is absolutely baffling.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, they could have spent half the Isak money and got a very good left winger in, couldn't they? But then, if Diaz is doing so well at Bayern Munich, and I thought he was, what are they after Gordon for? Competition. That's a hell of a squad if that's the case.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense to me, the Bayern links, I will say. Because unless they're looking to sell two of their wingers, maybe. I think Serge Gnabry's contract might be up soon. But again, he's on the right-hand side more than anything. Doesn't really play on that left at all. They've got Elise who fits in that right side. He's not going to get moved anytime soon. Luis Diaz is 29, but he's been an absolute talent this season. They've got, actually, Leonard Carl's more of a 10. Musiala's more of a 10. There will be someone I'm forgetting who also can play that wing. Maybe it's just for depth, but I don't think Bayern Munich are really in a position to put 65 million down on depth. So I can only see him going to a Premier League side personally.
Agreed. I don't think. I'm not sure why the links are there. Maybe so he can link up with Harry Kane, because his whole season seems to be focused to making sure he's fit and rested for the World Cup. Certainly had a day off when he was playing against Crystal Palace. That's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't think, by the way, all these people in the chat saying, well, how can we be feeling sympathy for Liverpool? I don't. Liverpool are my least favourite team. Precisely. They were anyway before all of last summer. So I'm rejoicing in the fact that Isak's gone there, not going to pick up any medals, hopefully not going to play in the Champions League. I think it's a right pond that Sweden somehow have managed to get to the World Cup, because I'd prefer them to sit that out as well. So I don't know if we're being sympathetic about it. We just want to have a little bit of a giggle about how appalling they've been.
To be fair,
you were saying you felt sad for Arne Slot.
I can feel a little bit of sympathy for him, because the injury crisis, very similar to what we've had at Newcastle, so I can understand that. Having your two best strikers only fit for 3 games, not one of them being in the Premier League, I can sort of understand that, and he's going to lose his job. Not just because of those reasons, because they're the worst performing team year on year. They've dropped 24 points, same as Notts Forest, both of whom have dropped more points from last season to this season than Newcastle, which is mental. The only difference is Forest
so far
sacked 4. So far, yes. Probably won't be that way at the end of the season. The only difference is Forest have sacked 3 managers to get to this point, and Arne Slot and Eddie Howe are still in their current positions for now. But yeah, like I have sympathy because I can understand it. I think there was something I saw in the chat. Scott Edwards. No one gave us sympathy with our signings have worked out. It was very foolish not bringing Mark Gay for Liverpool. He was much more needed. That's another thing as well.
Agreed.
Mark Gay, they went in for him 4 hours or something before. Well, it wasn't 4 hours. I think it was 12 o'clock on deadline day. And Glasner went, "Are you taking the mick? You want me to sell me best defender with 8 hours left in the transfer window? You've got no chance. I'm not replacing him." And they only went in with 40 million for a full season. City bought him for 30 for a half season, so they were very likely going to hold out. But yeah, it's a real strange one at Liverpool, and I do have a little bit of sympathy for them. But Gavin's in. I'm a Liverpool fan and knew we wouldn't do anything this season due to far many changes in personnel and getting rid of Diaz and Trent. Yeah, to be honest, I'd heard exactly the same thing from some of the Liverpool fans, and one of them actually said to us, "We're going to miss Núñez of all people this season," and I was sitting there going, "That's clearly a joke. That's a mick take." He said Isak and Ekitike aren't going to run like Núñez did, not going to put the effort in. So in those games where you need players to put in those more effort,
Yeah.
we're going to drop points, and that's exactly what's happened at Liverpool this season. So fair play. And on the topic of Núñez,
I like Núñez.
Addy Birds said,
Núñez.
"I'd like to see Núñez at the Toon."
I
Would
would
you?
as well. I would as well. I think he works really hard, and I think, given coaching and the rest of it, I think he's got a fantastic shot on him. I've only seen him in depth when he's played at Newcastle, and he always scores twice. I've seen him.
Doesn't seem hard to do that against us.
Strikers do miss sitters, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
And he's certainly not like Nicholas Jackson. Yeah, I wouldn't mind Núñez. I thought he was good, but that doesn't bode very well for our 12-in new manager for next season. If losing Diaz and Trent and a few of the players coming in was too much change for them to be able to do anything this season. I mean, you'd hope that we would, if we do get to do the revamp as we're talking about it, even if it's Howe that is still in, you should end up with a stronger squad, and we should end up better than 14th with 6 games to play. I'd hope.
Yeah, you'd certainly think so, wouldn't you? And let's be honest, there's a lot going on at Liverpool, and I will say I can sympathise for Arne Slot. I sympathise for Slot. I don't sympathise for Liverpool as a club or Liverpool's fan base, because both absolutely took the mick in the summer, and they're reaping the results of that.
Not Gavin, who's joined us tonight in making very, very sensible comments.
That's true, actually, yeah. Don't be wrong, there's good fans in every single fan base, but I think the 5% that are more on social media, such as Twitter, they're the ones I'm more on about. 95% of any fan base is sound. I'll even say on a Newcastle pod that I think 75% of a Sunderland fan base is probably Al Reet, as long as you didn't talk to them about football. So, you know, it's one of those. Most fans are decent, just that 5% take things too far. 25% if you're Sunderland's case. But to move on, because we've got bigger and better things to talk about than our local neighbours. The other team in the Champions League playing tonight is Arsenal. Just going to take a look at their squad now. So they're playing a pretty strong side, which I was going to ask you if it was beforehand. Do you think they'd potentially rotate with the game on Sunday at home to Sporting Lisbon? Not one to overlook, but let's be honest, this is a much easier game on paper than the Etihad on Sunday. So are you surprised at all it's a virtually full strength side?
I'm not surprised in the slightest, Michael, because they've got 2 chances to win something. Their defeat against Bournemouth and playing away at Man City means that they're probably second favourites for me to win the Premier League this season. Therefore, all the eggs in the Champions League basket. They were second best for a long periods against Sporting Lisbon last week. Raya kept them in it, and then they pinched a goal in injury time to go home with a lead. I'm sure they will get through tonight, but I don't think it'll be straightforward. If Sporting Lisbon can play like they did last week, it'll be a darn close game. I wouldn't be surprised to see it go through to extra time. But I think that's the best chance that Arsenal have got of winning a trophy this season. And Arteta needs to win a trophy this season, because they were talking about sacking him last year if he didn't win a trophy, and he didn't win a trophy. So if there's another season like that, after they bought a lot of players in the summer, and I thought they were finished, and then they brought Eze in.
Yeah.
So they have spent a lot to bring in some really good players into their squad. And, you know, how bringing a Zubamendi in and Eze can't can't galvanise them to get that few extra points that they need. I mean, they still might. I get that.
Yeah.
But, it would be typical of Eddie Howe and Newcastle for them to lose all 5 games other than the away match at Arsenal in the end of this season.
It'd be typical of Arsenal as well, wouldn't it?
It would. It would. I mean, you've seen Leeds win at Man U, Bournemouth win at Arsenal. It's topsy-turvy all season. It's topsy-turvy. So, yeah.
Yeah, just some.
I think he needed to go. He needed to go double strong to make sure he gets through this tie tonight. Because by the time they're playing the semi-final, they might have lost at City. City had won the game in hand, and if Arsenal have faffed around with a draw where they weren't expected to, they'll be behind. And you're looking at City having to win their last 3 games to win the league. So Arsenal needs to stay in this competition for as long as possible. I'm not sure they will win it though. I don't think they.
It's buy-ins to lose, in my opinion.
Could. Yeah, buy-in, but also PSG. I mean, they looked fabulous against Liverpool last week.
That's the thing. That's the thing. They're a fantastic side, and Newcastle somehow have managed to get results against them. But even then, we saw at times how good they are. I'm not saying we got lucky, but I think the one thing we do against teams like that is we outwork them and we do smother them at times. And to be honest, I think that second game, the third game, should I say, if Kvaratskhelia stays on, the game this season in the 1-1, if Kvaratskhelia stays on, I think it's a completely different game. They lost a lot of momentum with him going off. But just some in the chat, just based off something we'd said before. The Bev is coming in saying, people said Calvert-Lewin was rubbish, but he isn't. Sometimes a player is just in the wrong side. Yeah, absolutely right. And that's sort of relating to Nunes earlier, and it relates to the next comment as well. Was saying, I reckon the Italian league will be a good scalping. And there's some absolutely fantastic talents in that Italian league. From the Premier League, they've not done particularly well in the Premier League, but shone in the Serie A is probably what puts a lot of people off. Moise Keane has been absolutely brilliant at Fiorentina. Scott McTominay at Napoli. Rasmus Højlund has been pretty good at Napoli. Pulisic at AC Milan, etc. So we've got to make sure we don't fall into a trap. But when you watch Serie A, you do see some really talented players. Nico Paz from Como is one. Don't get me wrong, I ain't saying he's going to sign for Newcastle because he's going much higher in my opinion. But Kenan Yildiz as well. Both of those top young players. And if there's young players getting game time in Serie A, you know they're good. And Christina, in relation to 75% of the Sunderland fan base, that's like 14 and a half people. And I will say my favourite is the half. Nice geezer. So just on to that from our next point. So just with that, I mentioned, Arsenal potentially putting out a weaker side. We've agreed that probably is one to look at, that they need to play both teams. Do you think if they win it the weekend against Manchester City, the title's pretty much done? Or do you think they haven't really got the bottle and City have got a habit of getting this back? What do you think?
I don't know. I don't think that City get knocked off their stride by losing to Arsenal. There's still 15 points to play. Would be 6 behind if they win the game in hand. So yeah. Arsenal just need to be held to the draws. I think, it gives them a massive shot in the arm to go on and win it. Of course it does. But that's why it's such an interesting game. It's at City, isn't it? So I think City will win that 2-0. A repeat of the Carabao Cup final.
Yeah, Kim came in there with a great point as well, actually, there. Be surprised if they win it. If they do, it'll be because of Man City's deficiencies, not their great football. Absolutely cracking point, because, let's be honest, City don't look all that stable at the back, do they, Ian?
City aren't, are they? Yeah, they give you chances. I know we lost all of those recent games against them, but we did create quite a lot of chances against them. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been anywhere near as impressed with James Trafford as I was.
Yeah, true.
So yeah, I think when City play, it's entertaining at both ends. When Arsenal play, it's less so at both ends.
It's entertaining on corners.
Yeah, but then it's not, is it? Because it's just
It's
bloody
horrible
corners.
football. Yeah, it's horrible football.
Yeah,
The thing is, as well, though,
I mean they've
playing
got
that way, next season when they've got these new rules in of how you're only allowed to take a certain amount of time, it might actually mean that this is Arsenal's best chance of winning a trophy and the winning the Premier League, should I say, because I don't think UEFA are carrying the same rules, but they're going to have to really change things next season, and it could be really interesting to see what they do. They've got some quality players in there, but the way they play football, it's like Sam Allardyce is in charge at times. It's really
it's
baffling.
pragmatic in the extreme, isn't it? Yeah, I don't think they're going to be champions that go down as legends at all.
Nah.
I do think it's their best chance this season because next season, look at all the other teams who are in transition. Where Man U came from this season, miles away. They have seemingly improved with one transfer window, bringing Cunha and Mbeumo in. And they do another transfer window like that, they'll be up there. City a little bit wobbly. Liverpool miles away. Injuries maybe, from what you're saying, Michael. But then Chelsea. Chelsea's great. Chelsea's a crazy club. But
it's a brilliant
they've got some
club.
great players. They've got some great players. It's just I don't know who chooses it. Is it the owner that picks the team, and then finds a manager who's going to say, "Oh yeah, I was going to say that anyway. We'll play them."
It feels like it, doesn't it?
But all of
It's
those,
insane.
all of the Tottenham absolutely miles and miles away. So all of the teams that would be challenging for the title have had their own challenges this season, bar Arsenal. But I think they're at the top by default, not because they've blown anybody away, other than Leeds. They beat Leeds 5-0. But yeah, they haven't wowed me at all.
No, and some of the in from Davey as well. It's a brilliant point. City and Pep have timed it perfectly, put the pressure on winners mentality. And when you look at the last three games, I mentioned it on Monday, but the League Cup, since losing and getting knocked out the Champions League by Real Madrid, they've bounced back by beating Arsenal 2-0 in the League Cup final, beating Liverpool 4-0 in the FA Cup quarterfinals, and winning 3-0 at Stamford Bridge. Now, 3-0 at Stamford Bridge, anyone can win at Stamford Bridge. Even we did it. But the other two results are very, very impressive. And we're talking about the defensive deficiencies they've got there. They've kept 3 clean sheets against 3 of the current top 6. So it really looks like this Manchester being knocked out of the Champions League by Real Madrid has almost gave them that wake up call.
Probably, but I think bringing Gay in was a massive step forward for them.
True.
And of course, he's taken a month or two to get used to the rest of his team, but he looks assured. He's a great centre half for England. I mean, that's why Howe was bidding 65 and then thinking I'm going to bid a little bit more, focused just on getting him for the whole summer and still failed. But I mean, he's that kind of special centre half, isn't he? And Liverpool good loved him. Imagine him playing alongside Virgil van Dijk this season. That would have been a different season for them as well. But yeah, I think City have got this winner's mentality, and they win, whereas Arsenal don't. All of the 5 years Arteta's been in charge, he won an FA Cup with Wenger's team in the first season, and nothing since. It's 22 years since Arsenal won the Premier League. I mean, this is big news for them if they can do it. And with City breathing down your neck and you getting turned over at home because the pitch is too dry against Bournemouth, it's a tough last 6 games for them for sure. Certainly if they lose at City, and City are 3 points behind with a better goal difference and a game in hand, their next games after that are going to be, which is Newcastle, but they may well be quaking in their boots about who's going to do what mistake to throw points away.
Yeah, and let's be honest. If that is the situation that Arsenal are going to be in, Newcastle probably need it, because I think they're more likely to do more harm to them than what we are. and Cheeky Bergerstein makes a good point, actually. Chelsea actually managed to bypass City's 4-2-4 by adding an extra player in the build-up, dropping João Pedro to be deeper into the midfield, and Cucurella making some mad runs. If that happens and Calafiori is fit, it could be very different. Yeah, to be honest, there's a great point, and I think the only issue I sort of have with that is that for me, Chelsea didn't really do enough in creating those chances while it was still, how do I say this? While it was still even. I know Palmer had a few chances early on, but there was nothing really that until Cucurella's chance in the late on that made me go, oh, Chelsea might score here. Which is the main issue for me. But I do agree there was some decent build-up play. They just couldn't really get through. And you're right, Calafiori will be the man to do that for Arsenal.
Another match that didn't get to see all of, just some highlights. But I believe Chelsea were the better team for the first half hour, were they not, on top? And looked far more likely to score before City actually did. And then that... well, we know what City are like. Once they've scored, they go on and score 2 and 3.
Yeah.
Or sometimes at the Etihad, they go on and score 2, 3, 4, and 5 in the 10 minutes. I remember Aguero getting an 8-minute hat trick against us to turn 1-1 at half time into 5-1 after 55 minutes.
Don't remind me.
I think we ended up we lost 6-1 altogether.
Yeah,
God,
we did.
Jacob Murphy scored that goal though.
Jacob Murphy playing in that game and still playing today is actually very, very depressing. But just to finish up on the Arsenal-Man City game, do you reckon Sunday is the perfect time for Arsenal to show us that they have the bottle to win this Premier League? Because everyone is saying they're going to bottle it. Getting a result at the Etihad, I think that changes a lot of people's minds. What do you think?
Well, definitely, yeah. I think that would be what the... I think that's what if I was Arteta, what I would be telling them. I'd be saying, everybody, every journalist, every non-Arsenal supporting fan and half of the Arsenal fans think we're going to bottle this. So you need to step up. Let's show them. That's all the motivation you'd need, I think. Unless you happen to have a team full of bottlers, in which case they'll just go, we can't do anything other than what we're going to do. I think I think if they do win it, apart from therefore getting a nice cushion of points with only 5 games to go, I think that will galvanise them into thinking we can do this. Yeah. Now, they do have 1 or 2 very straightforward games on paper.
No, you'd think so, and the Newcastle at home is pretty much the most straightforward
at the moment. I think they've still got to play Burnley as well sometime.
Wouldn't it be typical Arsenal to lose that game? Beat City or something, or get a result against City and then lose at home to Burnley.
It might be Burnley. It might be Burnley away.
It's Burnley at home. You spot on 17th of May.
Right. So they should win that. But they did go to Wolves and draw at Wolves, didn't they? So
they did, yeah.
They're capable. The thing is that if Wolves can be beating Liverpool and Man City and drawing with Arsenal. Mm-hmm. No, Liverpool and Villa and drawing with Arsenal.
Yeah.
Then they can take points off anybody. And that's the team that have been cast adrift at the bottom of the league for the whole season. So I know it's a cliche to say there's no easy games, but this is why anybody can beat anybody. And that's why Leeds would have looked forward to having that free shot against Man U. And it paid off for them.
Yeah, it absolutely did, didn't it? But they're looking very, very safe now. If someone like West Ham can get a result against Arsenal, you're suddenly thinking, they can't go down if they're putting in those kind of performances. And a very great point in there as well. Again, Cheeky Bergerstein. I feel the first goal changes everything. 100%. If Arsenal get that first goal, they will hold on to it for dear life. Whether they keep it or not, who knows? But it very much, if City get the first goal, I think it's done. I don't know about you.
Well, I was going to say that's true in so many games. Of course, it's completely not true in a Newcastle game because it's usually us that gets the first goal and it's usually us that gets turned over. But generally speaking, if you get the first goal, then that is a big decider. Do you know if you are having a bet and you want to bet on a team that's losing at half-time to win at full-time, that's at least 25 to 1 to give you an idea of how unusual it is for a team to turn around going behind into a win. It's
Unless
25
split
to 1
Newcastle.
to get them to turn it around. And you should be betting against Newcastle's opposition for us to be leading. I wonder how many times we've led at half-time and then ended up losing the game. Because that's how many 25 to 1 winners you've missed this season.
We've had it happen a few times, haven't we? Last 2 games back to back, and I don't think it's ever happened to a club 3 times in a row. And if it has, well, if it hasn't, sorry, Newcastle are coming for that record. And then just a few quick questions in there. David Spen asking if Lewis Miley has signed a new contract yet, because PSG are scouting for him. Yes, they love their young centre midfielders, don't they? And Lewis Miley certainly fits the bill. Miley last signed a new contract January 2024, which has him under lock and key, some might say, until 2029. However, his wage is so feeble, it probably doesn't add that much value to his contract. And to be fair, I'm saying his wage is so feeble. If I got his weekly wage in a year, I'd be happy. So I can't really be saying that. It makes me sound like a Londoner. No offence to any Londoners, but he's got slightly better wages than us do up here.
You've got the inside track on what people are getting paid, haven't you? Because you know whatever that website is where you can check it.
Yeah.
Is Lewis Hall still on $7,000 a week?
No, he's on about 50, I think now, something like that. I can't double check.
He went up.
Yeah, he got a new deal.
Good.
I actually should make sure that one's confirmed.
I would say
45 grand a week.
Again.
Yeah. So yes, because that's what we were talking about the other day. I say the other day, about a month ago, Joe Willock being on 80 grand, but Tino and Lewis Hall combined only on 95 grand. That 120 that Trippier's on as well could go half that between both of them, and I don't think anyone would be too upset. And then Quiddy had a question in there as well just beforehand. Can anyone see Wissa or Voltemada getting a full start in the next 6 games? Now, I think Volt will. I don't think Wissa will. What do you think?
I'm the same. I mean, I was downhearted when I saw the lineups for the Crystal Palace game, because I was sure if he was listening to the room, reading the room at all, he would start Voltemada at centre forward, and he would have organised for somebody to play closer to him, a number 10 maybe. We could have used Willock, we could have used Gordon, we could have used Ramsey. We've got players who can play centrally just behind him, and let's have a different approach, which gives us a chance of unlocking a low block. And then it was rinse and repeat, which is why I think that is the game that's tipped me over the edge to be Eddie out now. But he could change that. He could change that. He could play Voltemada with a number 10 against Bournemouth, find out that he wins 3-0 and thinks, oh, this is a good idea. We actually have signed a decent centre forward here, which we knew. We knew back when he was scoring against Wolves in September. But Eddie Howe seems to have forgotten all about that. Wissa, I don't know. Wissa has never looked anywhere near what we bought. And staying late for the Congolese World Cup celebration won't have endeared him very much with Eddie Howe. I don't think we'll start Wissa.
That's the thing. For me, it feels... If I'm Johan Wissa, I'm really annoyed that I said, I'm not going to go to AFCON to try and get my fitness up for Newcastle. I'd be horrendously fuming with Eddie Howe because of that. But at the same time, if I'm Eddie Howe, I'm fuming at the state that Johan Wissa came back. And again, you mentioned there, the fact he stayed behind for Congo. So the relationship there, obviously we've got no idea on that inside track of how that relationship is, but it's about as beaten as a boxer's face in the 12th round. And I don't think it's going to last any longer before being knocked out for the count. I think one of the two has to go in the summer, if not both. And it'll be better for both of them, to be honest, I think, moving on. But some funny ones in there. Gromatode saying Wissa wouldn't start for Gateshead, and not in their current form as particularly. Excellent job, Robbie Elliott's done, well, Rob Elliott, should I say, has done there. Getting them safe and scoring quite a few goals in the process. Wissa would probably get 5 in 50. So
on that, Michael, I know you've noticed them winning all the time. Like it was at the start of March, maybe it was mid-Feb, there were 15 points adrift of safety.
Yeah.
And now, with 4 games to go, they can't be caught. They're clear.
Yeah.
It's an incredible run that they've been on. And 1 or 2 defeats in amongst it as well, but it's because they haven't drawn very many. They won everything else. Gateshead's my second team, so I do follow them. But well done, lads. Above 50 points, and if they win these last 3 games, they could end up in the top half, which isn't bad for a team that was 15 points adrift from safety.
Well, put it this way, they were pretty much guaranteed to be relegated this time 2 months ago, weren't they? You weren't expecting them to catch Truro and Morecambe at the time, who were in 23rd. And they're getting results against the likes of York City, Carlisle, who are absolutely brilliant for that league in particular. So absolutely brilliant job on them.
Very good.
Just ahead of Newcastle's game, obviously, the lads are going to talk a bit more about Newcastle and Bournemouth probably tonight and tomorrow. But Quinny in there saying, let's hope Bournemouth score first on Saturday. For the stats, I'm hoping the same, but I think no matter who scores, Bournemouth are getting 4, so it doesn't matter. I'm really scared.
I understand Quinny's sentiment there, but I would remind you
100%.
Barcelona scored first in the second leg of that Champions League round of 16 game, and that didn't help us a great deal. Maybe it was 7-2, wasn't it?
Something like that, yeah. I've tried to scrub it from my mind, but I don't think I've been able to.
I still can't believe that we were really good in that first half. We made some mistakes and were punished by them, but we did really well in getting back into it. Yeah. It's an unlucky penalty that gives them an injury time lead, 3-2. Couldn't wait for the second half to start because I really fancied us to push on because I thought we'd be fitter. My God, wouldn't have been any more further away, could it?
Yeah, I think that penalty was really deflating. Like, I'm not going to make excuses for conceding 7. Second half, one of the worst I've ever seen. But I think when you come back against Barcelona twice, and right at the end of this first half, they get that penalty, I genuinely think they probably went into that dressing room, and I'd be surprised if anyone spoke for a couple of minutes, because just while they try and compose themselves. And anything Eddie Howe would have said, and let's be honest, we've seen that he ain't great with his half-time team talks based off the evidence that's been provided over the last 4 years. Even the best managers, the best talkers, probably would have struggled to get the team up for that. So it's no excuses, obviously, but I could kind of understand the capitulation now, looking back on it. David Spence in there with a question. Do you think Wissa will pay up to leave if he doesn't play? I think he'll take a pay cut. I 100% think he'll take a pay cut. Just to get away, really. It's rumoured, this isn't confirmed, that he's on 140 grand a week at Newcastle. And I think, realistically, his options are probably looking like Turkey or Saudi, both of whom will offer him good wages. But they're not going to offer him 140. Well, Saudi certainly might offer him 140 grand a week, but Turkey won't. The only club that maybe would be Fenerbahce. Galatasaray have got Osimhen on the books at 400k apparently. So that looks unlikely. Fenerbahce is the team that's linked with Wissa, so it wouldn't surprise me if he took a cut and, I don't know, maybe wavered any clauses that he had just to try and get that move away. But it all depends on Eddie Howe. In my opinion, because if Howe doesn't stay, if Howe goes, Wissa might look at it as a perfect opportunity to, get his Newcastle career going. And I just hope he shows a bit of, oomph and actually shows that he wants to be at this club, because I haven't seen that yet. I don't know about you. What do you think?
Well, I welcomed him coming. I thought we'd get some of those goals he scored for Brentford all of the time. But
Agreed.
then he got injured and we didn't see him play. And whilst he was injured and we were waiting for him to come back, you, I think, found the stat that of all of the Brentford players last year, he had the least touches of the first team, or least attacking touches per minute, something like that. It meant that he didn't
Fair.
join in with the he didn't join in with the build-up play. He just was a finisher. He was a moocher,
Yeah.
which is probably what we needed. But after his injury, he's not fast enough to mooch where he needs to mooch.
Exactly.
So he's been completely ineffective. He
Yeah.
scored 2 tap-ins, hasn't he? And that's it. Is it 2 or 3 goals he's got?
I think it's a 3. A Fulham, Burnley, and PSV. I think are the
Yeah.
so it might be 2 in the league, but
Joe Linton made his PSV one for him, didn't he? With that fabulous run and knocked it sideways for him.
yeah, I think he's got 1 goal in like 3 different competitions for us, which is mental when you consider he scored in 3 competitions, but he's only played like 700 minutes across all comps.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah,
700
we'll finish.
minutes.
Yeah,
That's about 90,000 a minute we've paid.
oh yeah, that's depressing.
It'd be 100.
Just-
It'd be 100,000 minutes if he played 550, wouldn't it?
I guess, yeah.
God.
You're the one that's good with maths here, mate, not me.
Wow, that's absolutely
But I'm okay. You're very good, so fair enough. I'll take your word on it. Kib came in there as well, saying I think Eddie Howe will make more mistakes over the next 6 games, trying to fix the unfixable. And to be honest, the thing that makes me agree with that is the part where he looks at the crowd against Crystal Palace, and he just looks resigned. And it's just like, yeah, I know we're terrible.
Well,
I know we're playing terrible,
ask-
but I don't know what to do.
I'd ask him, Cam, if he thinks Eddie Howe will try and fix anything, because he didn't look like he tried to fix anything against Crystal Palace. He just let it drift. He let it go on. They make 3 changes, which is going to change the game. It's the 3 big names are coming on: Sarr, Wharton, Mateta. The best 3 players are coming on, and Howe thinks the appropriate response for that is to swap Gordon out for Barnes. It's just basically going to do exactly the same. Botman, with his eye socket protected by a mask, is going to get asked to mark the beast that is Mateta. We've got Dan Burn on the bench, who's pretty good at that sort of physical game. He's kept Haaland quiet half a dozen times.
Yeah.
But I'm not a tactical genius, but I'd have brought Burn on at 30 seconds after Mateta was warming up.
Yeah, it's exactly what I said during the live comms. And Connor sent it to us asking exactly the same thing, saying, "Oh, do you think?" Well, he said, "I think Howe will bring Burn on now." And I was sitting there on the live saying, "I completely agree, and I think we should, because you bring on the big dosser, you gotta have to bring on another big dosser to take him on." And it's just the way I think things need to be. When you have that big physical striker, unfortunately, you need a big physical defender to go up against him. And I'm not saying Dan Burn would have fixed the issues that we had, because he isn't that good. And Rome wasn't built in a day. There's so many mistakes that are made, but I think he would have solidified a bit.
He might have slowed Mateta up. He might have had him falling over a few times just to think twice about it.
Yeah.
The other thing, which is bloody obvious, is that Joe Linton is playing like his legs are tied together anyway, but careering into people like a bumper car. And if he gets booked, he's going to get a 2-game suspension. So why wait till after he's been booked before you substitute him and bring Ramsey on? By the way, Ramsey looked the most effective midfielder going forward for the whole game, and he only played the last 12 minutes. So, I don't think, to go back to what Kim Cam said, I'm not sure Eddie Howe will be trying to fix anything. He'll be just sitting there hoping his first choice is going to work. And if it doesn't, we'll be able to swap the left wingers over and bring Wissa and Alanga on for the last 30 seconds. That'll do it.
Yeah, it's a horrible time that, wasn't it? And I don't know what happened, because usually Eddie Howe, I know he takes too long with a lot of substitutions, but when he does make that substitution around about the 63rd minute, it's usually a double or a triple substitution. So it was very surprising just to see Barnes come on for Gordon 70 odd, but I imagine that's because he thought they'd be fit enough after this sort of break most of the players had.
Without the emotional ties and presumably some kind of long-term bromance going on, if I had been managing that game at half-time, I'd have said, lads, we're ahead. We're quite lucky to be ahead, but we're ahead.
Yeah.
So I'm going to make some changes now. You come off, Murphy, because you have not done a thing. Maybe Joe Linton could have come off as well, because he hadn't done very much. And you've got to protect him. And maybe Botman could come off at half time, because I was worried about his bloody face. Strand Larson was okay for him to keep on top of. Then could have looked after him as well. It's not like you're sacrificing a lot of pace by taking Botman off.
No.
So I would have done three. I would have liked to think I'd have done 3 substitutions at half time, beefed things up, changed it around. I think Voltemada could have come on for Asula after an hour. I'm not criticising Asula for getting picked first, and he did pretty well there on his own, isolated with 3 centre-halves at his backside. But I think Voltemada could have come on. Ramsey could have played up as a number 10 and changed it about a bit. Just keep them guessing. They weren't guessing about... Palace weren't guessing about anything after about 10 minutes, were they? That's the problem.
I think they still were, but I think it was one of those where I think they struggled originally they didn't struggle originally, they struggled after about 30-40 minutes to start handling our counter-attacks, because we were a little bit more creative. We were a little bit more one-touch, which I don't think they expected. Or if they did expect, they expected it straight away. We didn't give it to them, and maybe they've got a little bit complacent, who knows. But yeah, it wasn't good at all. Palace, they didn't really have anything to play for. They've come away victorious. But just one last question before we get into... Go on.
I've just seen there, by the way, Davy Eddie, I presume that's Eddie Davy, but it might be Davy Eddie, saying that we didn't get rolled over by Palace. They've scored a penalty in injury time. I know, but they weren't interested in the game, is the point. They rested their first-team players, because their important game is tomorrow night, not the weekend. They were more than happy to give that up. But we were so ineffective that Glasner thought he could get 20 minutes out of his star players and turn a 1-0 around into a 2-1 win, which is exactly what he did. And we made absolutely no attempt to counter that. That's why I'm annoyed. I know it was only 2-1. The whole point is that they should never have had a sniff, because we should have been up for repairing what it was like after that Sunderland game, instead of duplicating that effect. Worse than the Sunderland game, because we're playing a team who didn't give a toss about it. So yeah, I know what you're saying there, Eddie. They only scored a stupid shirt pull penalty, but I'll be honest, I'd be just as annoyed at the tactical ineptness if we'd got a 1-1 draw out of that.
Yeah, it was a difficult game to watch, wasn't it? We weren't great at all. And just one thing before we get to the last Premier League game we're going to talk about before the 8 o'clock show. Do any of you think the players question Eddie's tactics? Would he even listen? And to be honest, I think he would listen. I think if it comes from someone like Bruno or someone like that, I think he'd take it on board, but I don't think he's the kind of person that would change it. I think he would listen. I think if someone says, look at Anthony Gordon. I don't get the best. I'm going to put this a way that it probably wasn't said, but the way he's probably meant it. Anthony Gordon, you don't get the best out of me on the right. I don't like playing on the right. Eddie Howe's gone, right, okay, I'll take that on board. I'll keep you on the left, or I'll play you up front. So I think he would listen. He does listen to his players. Whether he gets that constantly, I don't know. And do I think he would listen if it was, I don't know, Alex Murphy saying how he put us on the left-hand side because I can do this, and this, or probably a better example, Joe Willock saying, I think I should be played a bit more advanced because I'm not very good defensively. Maybe not, because he keeps to what he knows, and we know what he's like. But the last sorry, go on, mate.
Sorry, Michael. Again, I'm interrupting you, aren't I? But the more pertinent question after Eddie Howe's comments after the game is not whether the players would listen to him. Sorry, whether he would listen to the players. It's whether the players are listening to him, because he said he doesn't send them out in the second half to be defensive. He asks them to go and score a second and a third goal, but they don't try that. I know it's a confidence thing, but he set them up tactically. That's what he set them up to do, to go and score goals. But that game's not played. We sit off and we hold on to what we've got, and we grind out these single goal defeats time and time again. Anyway, sorry, Michael, I interrupted you.
It's all right, mate. Yeah, to be honest, it's been a bit of a grind. One team that's had a bit of a grind for a few years, and the good times seem to be coming back for. We're going to finish off with a little bit of a talk about the Merseyside derby. So we talked about Slot earlier and the injury problems that he has. I will say he's just come out and said that VAR's against him this season, which, I'll be honest, very, very coincidental timing of we've got the biggest game of me season on Sunday. The VAR's just massively against us, isn't it? Grow up, you baldy. That's not how it is. What do you think about that?
There's all sorts of potential manipulation by managers running up to all of the time, aren't they? They're always trying to put the pressure on the referees and VAR and everything. I'd like to think that it's independent and that it just depends on what happens during the game. I'm not a massive advocate of VAR. I'd rather we didn't have it, and I'd rather referees would just go to make the decisions, and VAR stepped in when they made something completely wrong. I really don't think the microscopic investigation of offside is the right way to go.
I agree.
But to go back to your original point on Everton, yes, I think Everton are having a great season. I think Moyes has proved he's a bit more than a dinosaur manager, which he kind of was written off when he went to West Ham 5 years ago. They said he was too old and past it. And I wouldn't be at all surprised if Everton don't turn Liverpool over. They've got 1 or 2 winnable games after that as well. And Chelsea, Liverpool not picking up many points. Everton could get in the Champions League. They've got Brentford to get past, but I was quite impressed with the way they kept going at Brentford and scored an equaliser in the last minute. I think they're really tough to beat. I don't like Everton either, by the way, mainly because of Jordan Pickford playing there. But I can't help but be impressed with their season thus far. And
Moyes has done
it. 2 times they've played it. They won the last 2 times they played at St James's Park, having never done for ages.
Yeah. That's the thing. It has been a great season from Moyes, and it's great to see him recover from that Sunderland campaign, which how did that end? Oh yeah, it ended in them being relegated from the Premier League and ended up going down to League One. Happier times. But for the Merseyside derby, obviously David Moyes, he's got a really, really bad record against Liverpool. He's only beaten them 6 times in 45 matches, 4 times with Everton, once with West Ham and once with Man United. But before we move to the early news team, I'm going to ask Ian, do you think this is David Moyes' best chance of getting a win against Liverpool due to their fragility at the moment?
I think, yeah. But you said he's already won 4 times playing with Liverpool, did you not?
I said he's beat them 4 times with Everton, but he's only beat them Liverpool 6 times in 45 matches.
Well, I would say that he's got a 50-50 chance just on his previous record then with Everton. But actually, you factor in how battered Liverpool are and how Everton have got their tails up. I think that's a good bet for a home win, and you'll get some pretty good odds on it compared to what you should get. You might get even money instead of 2-1 on.
Yeah, you might.
How everybody thinks Liverpool.
Yeah, and you might well see Arne Slot leave Liverpool because many believe it's time to go. And for me and Ian, it is also time to go because we have our early night news team in with us right now. The Geordie Yam Yam, the Mighty Wind Bogey, and the return of Christina. How are you all doing?
Very well, thank you very much. How's Christina doing? Fresh from a party celebrations?
Much better than I have been for the last few days. Thank you for asking.
Good.
It's a hell of a hangover,
soft,
that,
girl.
though.
I'm gonna say.
That was a hangover.
You're too soft to be a Geordie.
4 days. 4 days of a hangover.
Wow.
I thought you were
Getting
ill.
old.
That's pathetic.
No, I think I was ill.
I
don't think it
I
was a
vaguely remember
hangover.
being young enough to think that I could recover from a drinking session that would give me a 4-day hangover, but I wouldn't even attempt it now. What about you, Win? You just keep drinking to avoid the hangovers, don't you?
That's the way to do it. That's the way
What he
to
said
do
to
it.
me, he sent me a message. He was like, "Oh, hair of the dog." I was like,
Hair of
even
the
just
dog,
reading
hair of the
that
dog
made me
every time.
sick. I was like, ugh. So yeah, not great.
Fabulous. Thank you so much, Michael and Ian. For
Good show,
starting
lads.
the
See
show.
you soon.
Thank you.
Excellent
Catch you
show,
later.
As
Ciao,
always.
Catch us later. Enjoy.
NUFC Early Night News with Gary DeJordy Yum Yum, Andrew Boki, Christina Cage, and Derek the Mighty Wind. Weekdays from 8 p.m. UK, 2 p.m. USA. NUFC Talk.
Well, there you go. We are back on. So don't forget, everybody out there, if you can continue to smash the likes, you've been doing half decent. The build-up. Continue that form for me, the lads, and the one lass in the bottom corner there, who's still a little bit tender, bless her, but she's with us tonight. Until she disappears, that is. We'll see how she goes. Yeah, indeed. I hope you guys are all well this Thursday. Again, lots of stuff to talk about, I suppose. Newcastle United, where the manager might be under pressure, but the assistant coaches have been here so long, they've probably got their own parking spaces named after them. Tactics being debated on the touchline, players ignoring instructions, and now we're asking, is it time to sack the clipboard crew before the manager? Meanwhile, Areola is suddenly the bookie's favourite. Jose Mourinho is lurking like a Netflix villain. And Bournemouth, yes, Bournemouth are unbeaten in 12 and heading to St James's Park full of confidence. This isn't just a game, it feels like an audition. Ladies and gentlemen, where are you when it comes to the news then? Obviously, Mourinho comes full of praise to some. Some people want him at the helm. For myself, I think his days have gone, or his best days have gone. I know there's still a lot of love out there for Jose, and I know there's a lot of love for Newcastle when it comes to Jose Mourinho. But there has been another name linked today. Have you guys heard the other manager that could be in the limelight?
I haven't heard any biggin.
Roberto Mancini.
Oh.
So no, yeah, not big.
Well, Will sounds excited.
Yeah, well, like I say,
Not,
I mean,
not for me, thank you. If you were giving me the straight choice between, we're talking about names here. If you're giving me the choice between Mancini and Mourinho, it would be Mourinho all day for me, and that's not because I think Mourinho is the elixir, but I think for to give everybody a bit pep in their step, shall we say. And I'm not talking about Guardiola because that would be good enough. But
Just took that joke right out of my mouth. Thanks.
a bit pep in that step, then Mourinho would be the one. If we're talking about making a change before summer. Mancini, I don't think would excite anybody really, would he? Tell me in the chat, would you be excited by? Well, we've got Davey there saying Jose. Oh, sorry, Joe, because it goes Portuguese Jose, Spanish Jose.
Jose. Yeah.
Jose, ole. There you go.
Yeah, Iriola or Fabregas says H videos.
Fabregas, I would. I
Yeah,
don't think
definitely.
if I thought we had a chance of getting Fabregas, I'd be all out for him. But I think there's bigger fish for him to fry, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I must admit, like I say, I was very surprised when I heard or even read about Mancini because he's been a name that's been, lost for a period of time now. I know he's been around, but I haven't heard much success under his name, if I'm honest with you. What's your guys' thoughts, Boki and Tina?
But for me, I've came on here and said who I wanted. If it was up to me, I'd go for Josie straight away. If gets to the end of the season, it's between him and Fabregas, isn't it? So Mourinho or Fabregas for me.
What happened to Southgate, Bogey?
Southgate's third choice.
Did you think I was just going to let that one slip?
Southgate's a better. I've sat here and said Southgate's a better manager than Howe. I don't think Southgate would particularly work at Newcastle, but he is certainly a better manager than Howe.
And I would absolutely take Jose Mourinho, and I get the trepidation. I get that his best years are behind him. And, I get that people are like, oh, he's just going to cause havoc. He's going to come for a year and then he's going to leave. But what a year that will be. Plus, there's a touch of romanticness in me. And in my mind, the idea that Jose Mourinho, the understudy of Bobby Robson, does not come and manage Newcastle United has never been part of my thinking. I've always thought one day Jose Mourinho is going to manage Newcastle United, and even if it's just for like a little 6-month period before he annoys everybody and kicks off and gets banned from the league, whatever's going to happen, let it happen. I mean, people have said that they've been bored this season. If Jose Mourinho comes, you are not going to be bored.
That's a good point, to be fair.
How old do you reckon Josie is?
56.
61?
He's around my age, isn't he? 59?
63.
63.
63. Yeah. Coming up to
when it's open
retirement age. Are we going to get the best 2 years of his life before he retires?
Well, it's funny because...
Hang on. How old was Alex Ferguson when he won his last title?
You took the very thought out of my head, Bogey. I'm just going to look and see how old Sir Alex was when he won his last title.
Let's not forget, people thought Bobby Robson's best years were behind him when he came to Newcastle United. And he gave us a belief and a zest of life that we hadn't had. And I think Jose Mourinho is the perfect guy to do the exact same thing. And he's not a long-term solution. But if he turns up and wins the quadruple and then leaves, who's going to argue with that? You know what I mean?
So just out of interest, Sir Alex was 72 when he left Man United in 2013. 72. So Mourinho's got 9 years from now until he's as old as Sir Alex was.
Perfect. Sign him up. I'm
Just
sold on the idea.
Nine years of Sir Alex. So that's don't me.
There's absolutely no chance Josie's going to come in for that length of time, though, is it? If you get Mourinho, you're looking at 2-3 seasons maximum, aren't you?
Well, I don't know, are you?
You've got to be honest.
If we suddenly start hitting gold.
I mean, listen,
you know what
he's got 4 years to win everything, mate. So, like I say, he's got to pull his socks up.
I tell you what, I would love to see the press as trying to, because I don't think you'd have the same old bland press conference as you do now. I think they would turn their game up and he would turn his game up against them. So I think at least you'd say. I think that's the thing. That's the type of personality we need. We need someone to boost this club to give that little bit of.
We need a couch, the couch with the charisma to match the crowd.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, imagine Josie with going out on a European night with all the flags waving. How obviously much he would be up for it and how much he'd have the players up for it. I think you just need that type of character. Eddie Howe's been great for the start of this project in regards to being very steady. Steady Eddie, I suppose, is the way to call him. I think now now I think you need that little bit more oomph about it and to push it and to move on.
Yeah, like I say, he's for some, he's not for everybody. I mean, like I say, I think there's people out there that would bring... and again, football evolves, and I just think sometimes when you're stuck in a way, in a rut, are we going to go back to what we saw when he was at Spurs? You know, to me, he's a little bit on the... I don't know. I want to see exciting football. I just don't ever see that, or I haven't seen that from Jose Mourinho for a very long time. That does have to match the players on the field of play, to be fair. But he hadn't really done anything at Spurs. He didn't do anything at Man U. You know, he's been around a lot of the Premier League clubs. The only club that he really did something with was Chelsea. And again, you can't say that he hasn't had the money in the areas that he's played before as a manager in the Premier League, because he has. So I'm not 100% sure whether Jose... I agree with you. He'd certainly be a name and he'd certainly be a voice to rattle the pundits. But I'm not sure whether he'd be the one to win us anything.
To be
So
fair
let's
to
have
him,
In the Premier League, can I just quickly raise a point? Is Jose the one that's won the most trophies with different teams? And potentially could have had another one with Tottenham.
Well, yeah, that was his
But,
trophy, wasn't it?
but when you look across it, I can't think of too many other managers that have won trophies with more than one team in the Premier League.
Well,
Well,
Graham Souness was the last one we tried
Yeah,
Graham Souness didn't
so-
win the Premier League, did he? He won the
with Liverpool and Blackburn, eh?
he won the Prem. Yeah, no, he won the cups, didn't he? With both. Did he win the cup? Well, no, he wasn't in the
No,
Premier
no, he
League.
wa-
Graham
He
Souness.
wasn't.
Well, it was. To be fair, it wasn't the Prem then.
No, that's what I'm saying in the Premier
Oh,
League.
yes, it was.
history.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
Well, Graham
It would-
Souness. Graham Souness wasn't manager in the Premier League, was he?
Yeah, Liverpool.
Yeah.
I may be misremembering, but in regards to this, has there ever been a manager won more cups than in sort of, as I say, with different teams in the Premier League?
I'm trying to think of what. You say he won 3 trophies for Man U.
I'm going to Google search
Took
it.
Spurs to a cup final, Roma's first European title, exposing the Turkish corruption, 25 league games unbeaten with Benfica. Not bad for a manager that's apparently finished, says Foxy. Like I said, I know everybody will have a love for him. I just don't, and I'll that's my opinion. Like I say, certainly wouldn't blow my frock up if he come to Newcastle, but I'd still support him if he did get into the hot seat. So let's have a look.
I don't think you can deny, Gary, that if he came, you know, the fireworks would be lit in terms of the media, in terms of publicity, in terms of international recognition. Everything to go along with all of that. Certainly, I think in terms of attracting players, it would help.
I just think like, the only thing, it's the love affair with Sir Bobby, in it. You know, that is the only thing for me where you'd get that. Oh, you know, and listen, he's a big name. We know that, but I don't know whether. I don't know. I don't know whether the bullying tactics that Jose Mourinho likes to do. He likes to be the name. He likes to be the number one. We all know, you know, from past experience the way he plays. Some like I say, some players react to it really well. Some players don't, and I think, you know, when you've been to so many clubs and you've been sacked so many times, there's a bigger picture. There's a bigger issue for me. And you know, yes, we're talking about a reset, and we're going to talk about the reset in a second, because a lot of pundits now are saying, you know, the problem with Eddie Howe type of situation. But that's the only worry for me with Jose. I'm not saying he's not a name. I'm not saying you know, his coaching days are gone. I just think sometimes when you are that type of mannerism, when you've got that type of personality, some players do not like that type of player, manager.
Yeah,
and
but
coach.
on the basis that some players, it would appear, right now, are taking absolutely no notice of what Eddie's saying in terms of his comments.
I mean, obviously, Foxy loves him, you know, and I can see, you know, he's put out all the big stuff about Jose. Like I said, if he was that good, why has he been sacked so many times?
Because of his
Answer that
personality, isn't it? It's because of his personality, isn't it? He will rattle for cages, but that's part of the reason why you want him in there. You want him in. He has that. He will.
Well, do you?
That's the problem with this club with Steele. That's the whole problem. Is everything's still Friday morning. We'll sit and listen to the press conference. I could give you half the answers now, at least that'll come out of them, and I could give
Get
you
your bingo
potentially
card out.
most exactly. It's the
Yeah.
same. It's the same thing week in, week out. It won't be like that under Jose. And I'm not saying it's just an exciting thing to have a manager that has that little bit of passion and won't just sit there and give bland answers. And I agree, it could go absolutely terrible. It could be the worst decision we ever make, but it could also be the best decision we ever make. Just quickly on
I mean,
Graham Souness, he never won anything in the Premier League, so I don't think there is another manager I don't think there's another manager that's won trophies with two clubs, managing two clubs, different clubs in the Premier League.
Well, I Google searched which manager has won the most cups with different teams in the Premier League, and it literally came up with Jose Mourinho's Wikipedia page, and I hadn't put Jose Mourinho in. So, but and look, like I get what you're saying. He's been sacked.
He's a winner.
Like so many clubs. Well, that's exactly the thing. He's been sacked at a lot of clubs, but nobody's had the success at clubs that he has. He's been successful at Real Madrid, Inter Milan, Roma. He's doing quite good at Benfica. He turned Chelsea into an absolute dream of a team where all the players were like, I would die for Jose Mourinho. Like Manchester United have a terrible, terrible board. Tottenham have a terrible, terrible board. His performances of those two teams, and his attitude at those two teams can't be the measuring stick that we hold against them. What we have to look at is, if you want a manager who's going to come in and not take lackluster performances, not take Anthony Gordon saying, "Oh, well, I don't really want to play on the right." Like, can you imagine a manager who's managed Cristiano Ronaldo, Samuel Eto'o, Mario Balotelli, all these players, Didier Drogba, John Terry, a manager who's managed those players, letting Anthony Gordon tell him where he wants to play? That's not going to happen.
No, you're absolutely right. And like I said, as Boki's just said there, it could go either way. I mean, this could be an absolute positive because you're going to get a kick up the backside. You're going to get the boot treatment, as Alex Ferguson used to say, in the dressing room if you don't pull your socks up. And like you said, it could be the best thing that happened to Newcastle. Like I said, I'm a Newcastle fan. If Jose walks through that door tomorrow, I certainly wouldn't stop supporting Newcastle for it. He'd have my full support, as all of the managers have in the past. And none of them have been that successful, if I'm honest with you.
On the bullying thing as well, obviously that's been brought up. In regards to that, you watch when he goes back to other clubs and watch the staff around the club. Not necessarily the players. Some players, obviously, he said he's had arguments with, I agree. But you look at likes of Chelsea, all the general staff around the club, so the clean lady, the groundsman, people like that, still go up and speak to him, and he chats on to them, and there's like a friendly embrace. They obviously like each other. I think he's very much of a. I think that this thing's came out of bullying over one incident. I think very much so. He is a club man. He'll get to know everybody at the club, and it looks like they've all got respect for him. Like, as I say, when he goes back places, the club themselves and the people that he's worked with, apart from maybe Tottenham, I would guess, but the rest of them, he's got respect for them, and they've still got respect for him.
Yeah, some breaking news. I say it's not breaking news, but it's just something that's been reported in the Shields Gazette and caught offside. Not one that Tina is going to like, if I'm honest with you. Fabian Schär is now expected to leave the club this summer when his contract ends. Eddie Howe wanted to extend Schär's contract, but the club has decided to release the Swiss international.
I'm Newcastle out, me now, like. I'll keep Eddie because he wanted to keep Schär, but the rest of the club can go do one.
Well, the question is, does this show the club making decisions now and not Eddie Howe?
Hopefully.
Well, if that direct quote is true, then obviously it is, because if you're in that little bit you just did there, you said Eddie wanted to give him another contract, and the club said no, so that's obviously what's up.
Yeah,
if
it's an
true.
Interesting one. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's like I said, it's come up from the Shields Gazette, according.
Yeah, well, Dominic knows what he's doing.
Yeah. So let's have a look at this then, because a lot of pundits. I mean, probably 20 minutes in, just talking about Jose Mourinho link.
Why not?
If you Yeah, exactly. I mean, like I say, he'll excite a lot of fans out there. If you think about it, I've put this as a reset required: manager, coaches, or everything. That's my title for the start of the show, anyway. Before we get into Bournemouth, that's if I get a chance to talk about Bournemouth tonight. If I'm honest with you, for me, a lot of pundits out there now are obviously looking at Eddie Howe. A lot of scrutiny has been put on his shoulders. And we're not, we know at the stage when it's not just results, it's we talk about happening behind the scenes. Eddie Howe has admitted now that players didn't follow instructions against Crystal Palace. And on the touchline, obviously, we spoke about the conversations that were happening between coaches, staff debating tactics with Tino Livramento mid-game. It's not in control. It's called confusion, isn't it? When you've got players walking over to the touchline and you're having to reiterate what you want them to be doing on the field of play. And to be fair, like I said, the way Tino was playing, he did look a little bit rabbits in headlights. So what I want to throw at you guys at the minute, Win, I'll start with you then first. Have we lost control behind the scenes? Having now listened and watched to, a number of games, we've seen not a rebound at all. We've seen absolutely no change whatsoever. What it does seem more obvious now is there's a lot of players heading the other way rather than this way.
So the question is, have we lost control
behind the scenes?
And by behind the scenes, do you mean off the field of
Eddie
play
Howe and his
in
staff,
the dressing room or behind Eddie Howe?
If you think about it now, behind Eddie Howe to me looks, as we saw, you guys have just mentioned it. I think it was Michael who was talking about it when he come to face the fans at the end of the game against Crystal Palace. The lad looked absolutely lost and dejected, and
has done, by the way,
for some time,
for a period of time now.
Have we lost that control now?
For Eddie to come out on Sunday after the match, when we'd again lost the lead and all that, and to turn around and say, well, we controlled the game, and all the usual platitudes. When we got to me, like I say, I'm massive Eddie Howe fan, and it wouldn't bother me one jot if we start off with him next season. I would relish it, but all of the evidence is there, and there's reams and reams and reams of it. There's a lot of evidence you can put for the defence as well. But I think if it was a trial right now, the prosecution would have the overwhelming amount of evidence rather than the defence. You can argue that Isaac, Saga, everything that we've been through, the whole shebang. But when you watch, and this is the thing, you watch the football, you watch the in-game management, you watch the substitutions, and has any one of those factors ever happened when you've been watching the match and went, oh, excellent, now we can go and do something? For me, it hasn't, which I hate saying, but it's a fact that it's like for like, and there's never go up or at last go on, get in, shove to up top, whatever. It just doesn't happen.
When have you ever seen anything changing about that? Because that would be my worry for next season. Is that's happened for season after season now? What's making you think that'll change next season, so he should stay?
Well, I'm not. I'm saying the overwhelming evidence would suggest that he shouldn't stay. All I'm saying is, if he did stay, I would be perfectly happy because
Can I
I think
quickly answer that question, Gary, that you put? The answer is yes. The fact is things are going wrong behind the scenes, and we've seen it. So some people have seen it coming. I think I've probably seen it coming for at least 6 months. And I was sitting on this channel saying he needs to change things up behind the scenes. Yes, he can save his own job, but it means sacrificing some of the coaches that he's got there to freshen things up at the club, to give the club a new outlook, to make things fresher. But he hasn't done it. He sticks with the same people, which is Eddie Howe's way. I get that. But it's proven to be his big downfall in that there's no fresh ideas going in. There's nobody there to challenge him. So in regards to it, yes, the coaching's gone wrong. And the reason is there hasn't been a refresh. I mean, 4.5 years is a long time just to have exactly the same coaching staff at a club, the main coaching staff at a club.
Well,
I
it's
think
not
if
just
he'd refreshed, he could have saved himself. Now he's dug himself deeper into the hole.
Well, you guys were talking about Sir Alex not so long back, and Alex Ferguson actually, I can't remember what book it was in now. One of his autobiographies, he mentioned that as the game evolves, he realised himself that he's not stuck in the way type of tactical mentality, but he needed fresh ideas, fresh inputs from other people. Hence, his backroom staff changed so frequently during his tenure at Manchester United. He said, I just needed that help because the game evolves. Eddie Howe is now stuck with the same team all through Bournemouth and now all through Newcastle. And I think that's where the pundits are getting at. It's a fact that when you're not getting any help and you've gone down virtually the same road as you did through your previous clubs, relegation areas. I mean, we're not in relegation problems, but I mean, you can see there's a little bit of a drop off now. And, if he stays next year with the same backroom staff, then who knows? We could be fighting relegation next year. We could be in that situation. And I think that's what they were getting at. It was a case of when you look at the change, again, not of Eddie Howe, but change of personnel behind him to give him new impetus, to give him fresh ideas, that could be that kick up the backside. So, Boki, when I'm talking to you then, when a player ignores the instructions given by the gaffer, who's to blame?
Well, the gaffer. That is the easy answer. In regards to that, if the gaffer's telling you to do something and you refuse, you're not doing it, or you go against on the pitch, substitute the person off. If after 20 minutes they're going against what you've said, sub the person who's not doing what you've told them to do off. And if it's the whole team, then you've got major issues. If we're sitting here saying the whole team are going against what Eddie's saying, which I think is basically what point's being made is by Eddie Howe. And it wasn't just this game he said it. He said it. He's never said this all season. So why isn't he bringing them players in and absolutely blasting them and saying, look, I'm not telling you to do that. This is how I want you to play. You keep attacking. Why isn't he doing that? And why isn't he on the sideline going absolutely nuts if they're not? Could you imagine something like Joseph? We've used Jose, so we'll use him again. Imagine Jose Mourinho said to them, I want you to attack for the first half, and all of a sudden they start just completely defending. Could you see him stand on the sideline just blasé, not saying anything? He'd be going absolutely berserk. And that's what you want to see. A bit of passion.
Prosaic, thank you once again for a gifted membership, and that's gone to Robert Wild, 7750. Welcome, Robert Wild. Thank you, Prosaic.
Yeah. Tina, let's get you in the mix. Is this the beginning of the end?
For Eddie Howe specifically, or for...
Yeah, could be. Whatever. I mean, what all the words now, all the news. He's obviously, there's lots of new names coming to the management side of things. If Eddie Howe was to say,
not is there really?
I was half expecting Win to jump in and do a Winston Churchill speech.
I'll fight them on the beaches.
No, is this
Oh,
the
do you know
beginning
what
of
it
the end?
I thought he was.
Might
I
be-
thought he meant. Oh no! Because I didn't realise Winston Churchill wasn't that nothing
No,
dog.
no, he did a famous one win, didn't he? Where he says it might not be the end, but it might not even be the beginning of the end, but it is the end of the beginning or something like that.
Is the end of the beginning.
Yeah.
You can take it whichever way you feel fit. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
Is it the end for Eddie Howe? If Eddie Howe was to change the backroom
Where
staff,
do you stand now, Christina, after Sunday's match?
I mean, I stand exactly where I always have. I've not flip flopped to now where I'm like, oh, I want Eddie out or anything like that. No, Enya. I don't think the weekend's game was fantastic. I don't think we played quite as badly for some of the game as people thought. I think the build up to our goal, for example, was again the type of football that we would love to see if we could just do that for 90 minutes or more than 20 minutes per 5 games. It would be nice, there is kind of a feeling of an inevitability towards Eddie Howe at the moment, and that's an unfortunate thing because, to be honest, if it wasn't going to be Jose Mourinho next season, I'd much prefer to just stick with Eddie Howe. But I do get that there's clearly an issue. I mean, the players are saying one thing where they're saying, oh, we love Eddie Howe, and then they're not doing what he's asking them to do. So I don't know if that's, again, like you have mentioned, maybe different staff that's needed to help him coach, or if he could even do that. I mean, he's worked with the same team for so long. Maybe that would be his breaking point. And I couldn't understand it if it's a lack of respect for the manager from the players, because that man's made himself ill with how hard he's worked for those players and for this club, and he's given them things that a couple of years ago you would have thought were unimaginable for Newcastle United to achieve. So he should get absolute ultimate respect from the players, but there's, everybody seems to be almost accepting that Eddie Howe's now finished at Newcastle United, and it would be a horrible way for it to end. I do also believe in resilience though, so when I say I would happily take Eddie Howe at the start of next season, it's just because people can bounce back. Everybody's had dark times in their life, everybody's had a run of bad luck, and it's to steal a line that I found on YouTube from a Rocky movie. It's not about how many times you get knocked down. It's about how many times you can get knocked down and keep getting back up, because that's how winning's done.
That's you know what? That is my motto. True champions aren't the ones that win all the times. It's those that lose and get back up and fight again.
Exactly.
Maybe we should come out. Maybe we should start coming out to Tud them as the name Newcastle. In regards to the song for the team.
There's always going to be.
I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down.
I knew I would set him off. I knew it.
I'm gonna say he's like a jukebox, isn't he? Like,
and yet you still chose to do it, Borky.
Yeah.
I went for it. I went for it.
Yeah. Again, there's massive, lots of love for Jose
Borky
Mourinho.
definitely saw the future. Did you use tea leaves or palmistry?
Becca.
I just used my eyes rather than stats, to be honest, Becca.
I mean, it's funny, isn't it? Because like I say, there's a massive lot of love. And what you guys were saying earlier, if Jose come in, there would be noise before he'd even had chance to kick the ball or even get in front of the cameras. So maybe that's what's required. I mean, like I said, who am I to say that you wouldn't be my choice? I don't know.
Gary, do you not think it makes Newcastle a bigger name on the world screen as well?
Irish is calling me out here. He says, you're full of poop. Your motto is don't call me a brummie. That's the other one.
Do you not think that though it would make us a bigger team on the world screen as well? All of a sudden, across the world, Jose Mourinho is a massive name.
Oh,
if he comes
absolutely.
into Newcastle, it's going to broadcast everywhere. Newcastle get Mourinho. It'll be breaking news on Sky News, for a fact that you'll get the flash up of that and everything. It just, it also promotes the club as well.
It would be global. It would be.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just because he's managed and coached teams that I absolutely hate. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, I am exactly where Tina says she is. My right now, my two preferred options. Number one would be for Eddie to be given another chance. I don't think one bad season makes him a bad manager. And if we are going to replace him, then let's have something seismic. And out of what's available, I would rather go for, let's give it a whirl. Let's give it a whirl, see what happens.
So wait, can I ask you?
Than go for an Iriola or a Glasner or a,
Yeah, that's what we were saying yesterday, wasn't it? Are these people just sidesteps rather than forward steps?
Would you just do anything at all at the end of this season, or would you just let Eddie go as he is this season? Exactly the same backroom staff, exactly the same style of football that he wants to play. Would you just go with that?
Hold on, Bowkey, because I tell you what, let's just spin that a little bit because I want to put that to the chat.
Yeah.
If Eddie Howe had the nuts now to say to Mad Dog, and you three are in this as well. If Eddie Howe was to say to Mad Dog, let's talk about what the pundits are saying, and saying I want a complete change in the backroom staff. I want to get somebody else in. Somebody as my number two, another coach, another defensive coach, midfielder coach, blah blah blah. Go and get them, mate. Right? And it changed. Right? They brought somebody fresh in. Would you guys out in the chat and you three in the panel accept that as being enough for Newcastle to have Eddie Howe at the helm next season?
Well, it wouldn't take much at all for me to accept Newcastle. Oh, what's this? What's that? If you showed the players the suffering our troops go through for this country for very little pay, it might just humbleize.
That's a nice one.
Good made up
Humbleize the
word.
privileged fakers. I'll tell you something now. I salute you, sir.
But
nice
again, it's all about expectation, isn't it?
It's not about expectation. It's about the question Gary's put to is if Eddie comes out and changes the full lot, would you say that would give him longer time? So it's not expectation; it's whether he needs to change things.
Yeah, but the reason we're talking about it is because of, like I said, the only difference between me and you is that you've already given up on Eddie, and I haven't given up on Eddie. That's the only difference between the two.
So would you change his backroom staff, as Gary said? Would you see a full refresh of the team would help Howe out, to put it in a different way?
To me, that's hypothetical because I don't think it would happen. I cannot see him.
Well, neither do I. No, I mean he's been with these.
So in that respect,
So we'll just stick with it again. So we'll stick with the same old next season and go in exactly as we are this season.
Yeah.
Is that good enough?
I mean, there has been changes already, though, in regards to like the fact that somebody else is going to be handling the transfers. I do feel like that there may need to be some sort of change in coaching staff, but I agree with Wynn. I mean, I couldn't see it happening. I don't think Eddie Howe will change his coaching staff, and I do feel like Newcastle do need a refresh. And although I'm very much not Eddie out, I can also see a bit of an excitement for, okay, when the press say anything bad against Eddie or when fans were attacking Eddie, I feel really sorry for him. But if the press were attacking Jose Mourinho, I'd feel sorry for the press because Jose Mourinho is not going to sit there like a shrinking violet. And I think that's the reason why I've started coming around to the idea of a different manager is something needs to change. I mean, this season's been a bit of an anomaly. We had a really bad summer, and then we've had too many games for us to deal with. But there has been a lot of times when Eddie Howe said, "Well, this isn't what I asked them to do," and I would actually reverse it on what Bogey said before when he said it's the manager's fault. Yeah, the manager's definitely not blameless in that. But if my manager or your manager told you to do something and you ignored it, who's your company going to blame for that? Because it's not going to ever be the manager. A player's job, if a player's got any passion for the club that he's playing for, he's going to listen to the manager because he's going to believe that the manager's going to be doing things correctly for the team. And if the players have lost that, then it either means we need to bring in players who believe in Eddie Howe, bring in a coaching staff that can bring new ideas to where the players will listen to Eddie Howe, or we need a manager who can, get the point across to players and kind of humble them a little bit. I think something clearly, although I say that again, this was a weird season, but it does now feel, and this goes back to your question before about does it feel like the end of an era kind of thing. It does feel like something there needs to be a little bit of fire underneath people's feet, let's say. Then there needs to be a little bit of a spark, a little bit of a kick up the butt, something to bring Newcastle back to where we were just a few years ago, when we were excited, when we were tenacious, when we were in people's faces, when we were like, oh, you want to come and try to play against Newcastle, you want to laugh at us when we went down, we are going to dark arts you to the absolute 9th degree. Whereas now, we're more like, rolling our bellies and being like, scratch our belly, and like we're just rolling over for teams, and that's not good. And I did think after the international break, okay, the training weights are off now. Eddie Howe is going to show everybody what he can do as a manager, and Crystal Palace just wasn't it. So there's clearly an issue somewhere. There has already been changes to where next season could already be different. We've got, already in the backroom staff. Maybe something different on the coaching field is, another thing that we should give serious consideration to.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, very good points. But I mean, there's a lot of people in the chat was just saying, like, there's some with it.
Can we do some start? There's a load of start chats.
There is.
Want to do a few
So
of them?
I haven't talked to chat for 3 days. No, 5 days.
Exactly.
I want to talk to chat.
This is why I love these type of shows, is because, like I say, it just get a lot of people on board.
Becca's saying, Josie gets it. He understands us. Maybe he just needs the right club and fan base to mold himself again. Davey's saying PIF would back him more, I think. The high-profile name to boost their appeal worldwide.
Good one,
Foxy's saying it's extremely difficult for Josie to win a trophy at Spurs when Levy sacked him before a final.
Yeah.
Ruprecht, Hoodle, Boodle, Doodle, Doo said he could attract big players.
What was that with?
But Ruprecht von Strudel Hoodle, he could attract big players. But the football, well, that's what I've said. Football would be awful, and that's not great. Now, listen, give me awful football and results. I'll take that every day of the week. Foxy saying Jose was accused of bullying Pogba, when in reality he just called out his nonsense. Time has shown us just how correct Jose was. Davy Edison said he arrived at the Toon and literally saved us from oblivion and relegation and gave us so many memorable days. We abandon him when the going gets a bit rough. Shameful.
That's a very fair point.
Gary Manu sacked him after he won two trophies and came second in the league.
Yeah, but why? Be successful. Obviously, that's what I'm saying. You don't sack successful managers.
But yet everybody who sacked
Well, they
Jose
did.
Mourinho has
Exactly.
sacked a successful manager.
Exactly.
I think just because he's a bit like there's a good comment from is it Ronald Turnbull, who says Mourinho loves himself, and yes, and that's probably what rubs people up the wrong way. But that's why, if we had to replace the manager, he would be my choice. Someone with a little bit of that Geordie swagger, a little bit of that, that untouchableness of no matter what the fans are feeling, no matter what the players are saying, it's not going to phase Jose Mourinho, and that's the type of self-belief that can really inspire people, especially young men.
Do you know what? I
It
think
is
Jose
one, though.
Mourinho
Just on that one.
Jose Mourinho is a showman. He'll come in and he'll put on a show. His whole management is not to be just a manager and be technical and everything like that. He's a showman. Eddie Howe is very much so a coach. He'll come in and do everything right, do everything perfectly, and sometimes you need the showman. I mean, I suppose the biggest the comparison I'll make, and I know we'll never go on to politics on this show, but is Jose Mourinho is Tony Blair and Eddie Howe is Keir Starmer. Both prime ministers, both prime ministers, but One's
Eddie
a
Howe's
showman,
Michael Foot.
and one's a sort of just a plodder. He'll plod
I
on.
have no idea who these people are.
Was I? Put that
I
one
would hope
on.
you at least know one of them,
I
the
was
Prime
trying to
Minister now.
find it.
There you
The
go.
cathedral on the hill. We need the Messiah Mourinho. So
Do you
was
agree
I-
then? Look, while we're talking about this, then, when personalities, right? Do you agree that no player is bigger than the club?
100%.
Yeah.
Do you think a manager should be?
No.
No.
So there you go then. Maybe that
the
is the
manager
reasons
should be
why
the
the lad's getting sacked left, right, and centre.
The manager should be the spearhead of the club, though. They should be the
The forefront of the club.
yeah. They should be the one pushing the club forward. In all honesty, over the last few weeks, I don't think Eddie Howe, even though he's been here so long, gets Newcastle United 100%.
I disagree with that.
Well, can you explain his wording after the derby when he came out in that press conference?
It was a bad situation to be in then.
It was, but does he get the club after coming out and saying that after a derby loss?
No, because the easy thing for him to have done then would have been come out and blame the players, and that's not what he does. And
But I'm not even saying
it was the
I'm not even-
players who didn't
I'm not.
give two hoots.
But I'm not even saying come out and blame the players. What I'm saying is, if it was a manager, I think Mourinho or someone like that would have, or like a Keegan or a Bobby would have came out and says, firstly, I'm really, really sorry. There's no way at all we should be getting beat by our local rivals like that. And he sort of made light of it and said, well, we'll win the next game. The next game doesn't matter. The big thing is, if you're playing your local rivals, you try and you beat them. And he didn't get that. He did not get that in his head that it was such a big defeat for Newcastle.
We'll agree to differ. I think he got it all right.
I think there's a it's 4-4 now on aggregate. Bayern 2, Real Madrid 3. 4-4 on aggregate. It's a cracking
What a game.
And that's in the first
over.
half. 5
the
goals
first
in the
half.
first half.
Yeah, it's end-to-end stuff. I've just seen somebody in the chat, so I've just switched it on.
Another goal for Harry Kane, by the way.
Yeah, he's on fire at the minute. I mean, listen, you know, the only thing I look at, right, and like I said, if Jose Mourinho walked through that door tomorrow, I would applaud, I would clap, and I would say, get on with it, lad, and let's see what we can do. I have no issues. I just look at, again, I don't want the structure of the club to be knocked. You know what I mean? I want it to be stable. I want us to continue and grow. That's how I want to see us going forward. If Mourinho does that, fantastic. I have no issues. If it was, Foxy's put in about Ancelotti, you know what I mean? And again, we talk about really good managers, but again, he did nothing at Everton.
Everywhere Ancelotti's done it has been when he's been working with a stellar squad. So he's not a coach. He's a manager. He manages egos. He manages top draw players.
Yeah, absolutely.
Keeps him in
he's
that
a top
place.
manager. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. He couldn't do anything at Everton without any money. Now, Mourinho's going to have his hands tied at Newcastle, so he's literally going to have to be, you know, it's going to have to be tactically done to a situation where you can't play or go and pick the cherries off the tree. Has he got that capability? You know, he's done well in Benfica. I'm not going to say, you know, he's got massive players there, and that's the other thing for me. That's why I said, has his days gone by? Because he's not able now to go and pay for top quality players. So I am literally the scales, if you like, the justice scales, and I'm pretty balanced, but I'm still tilting against it because I haven't seen enough when he's playing for, again, in the Premier League. You know, at Spurs, did nothing really. Yeah, he got sacked before the final, everything else, because he hadn't got the players to work with. So I'm in that situation with Newcastle. They're never going to be able to buy the players that he would require. And yes, tactically aware, he's fantastic. I know that. And he doesn't always need money to get him the results because he has got the ability to tactically set something up. But I just think if you're looking at our squad as a squad of players, is there enough in there for him to do any better? I mean, I'm sure everybody's going to tell me yes, and that's why I said I am the justice scales. I'm balanced, and I just want to know one way or the other.
Well, he won a couple of trophies at Man U, but in order to do that, he spent 105 million. Well, this is euros, by the way. So I think it was 95 million wanted for Pogba, and then fell out with him. He paid 84 million for Lukaku, who, that was from Everton. He paid 59 million for Fred, 44 million for Matic, and 42 million for Mkhitaryan. They were his 5 buys at Man United. So between them, 40, 80,
There's definitely a player
210,
missing there.
300 million in a year. Now, you can argue he got 2 trophies. They finished second in the league. So, when you were up against the Chelseas and Man Cities of the day, that's, compared to what they were doing prior to him going, he did a good job. But if you look at the records of those players that he signed, not that clever, really.
Do we really want to
Well,
go
except
down
in
this
terms
route?
of what he
I'm
won.
going to say, yeah, we're talking
Do
about
we really want to go down this route?
how much money has Eddie spent
yeah.
and all that. It's
Yeah,
He did
in
also
regard-
get
like
Zlatan Ibrahimovic on a free, though.
Yeah. But if in regards to
This was
in
10 years
regards-
ago, though.
in
Exactly.
regards to this though, and Mourinho, fair enough, he spent money to get what he wants, but there's good players at Newcastle now. Are you telling me he couldn't get more out of some of those players? He couldn't get more out of a Voltemora. He would have the tactical nous to know how to use that lad properly. He would get more out of an Elanga. He'd get more out of he wouldn't let Gordon go on the way he does. Gordon would be told, this is what you do, and this is how I want to play you. I don't care what you think, basically. You're my player. It might upset him, and Gordon might put in a transfer request straight away, but that would probably help because the rest of the players would think, Jesus, this guy's not messing about. We've had, like Mr. wants to get with no ball, the players get to know the families, get to know the family names. This guy's just in here to manage her. He just wants her to win. He doesn't want to know everything about her. He wants her to be the best footballers we can, and then go at that route. I think some of the players would get a hell of a shock if they got a Mourinho in and that sort of character where he's not going to get to, go to get to know them all personally. He just wants to get the best out of them he can as footballers.
You see,
I'm not going to start using Mourinho.
Chris has put a poll into the chat now. How Areola or Mourinho as the next one. Now, I have to put Mourinho out of those three.
Just sat here all show and said you don't
Yeah,
want
exactly. Yeah,
'Cause
because
that's
he hasn't
funny.
given me much of a choice.
But that's funny because I've just noticed you've sat there all show and asked our opinion, and a poll has went into the chat asking the chat's opinion. Who would you, Gary the Geordie Yam Yam, like to see as the Newcastle United manager at the start of next season?
Fabregas, I already said that yesterday. Fabregas is
sorry,
my
I was
top.
semi-conscious yesterday, sorry.
That's fine. Fabregas would be my number one choice, only because of fresh ideas. And like I say, he's coming to a new project, well, a newish project, if you like.
And the football.
And the way he plays. And like I say, I just having watched him now and watched a couple of his performances thus far with a team that he's put together, doing significantly excellent in the league, in La Liga. So yeah, I just think he's just going to come with amazing fresh ideas. But like I said, with the choice that I've got there, I can only go with Mourinho. Even though, as you quite rightly said, I've been not very supportive of him thus far. But this is what happens.
Do you know what the
What's that?
funny thing is with that poll? How's the lowest, no matter which one it is, how's actually the lowest on anybody
Of the
else
vote. Yeah,
of the
of the
vote?
vote. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I
Like I
feel
said,
bad
I
about
don't think.
that.
Well, like I said, unfortunately, because of listen, if Eddie Howe hadn't spent the money that he had, I don't think there would be this much noise. If I'm honest with you, because again, you do look at what he's got behind him. Globalization, Mourinho is a huge advertisement. There you go. Thank you so much, sir. As always, and I think. Change the title of the show. Gary wants Jose at the Toon. I love it. Thanks, Foxy. Like I said, even I can change. I'm a flip flop. That's what you can say. Listen, let's go on to the next one then, because we're talking about the successor. If Eddie Howe walks, there's a lot of noise. I'm going to say Areola. I keep calling him Areola. Iriola, the successor talk. So obviously they're already planning, apparently, the next manager. They're doing a Brighton. They're looking further afield. Now, somebody, I think it was Stilmabad, was saying in the chat, don't worry about Areola. He's got no chance. He's 5-2 favourite in the bookies. And according to him and his reports that's coming out of Bournemouth, he wants to stay in the presser. Even though there's interest from Leverkusen and Bilbao, he wants to stay in the Premier League. Now, again, by all accounts, this is the twist. Crystal Palace, knowing that Glasner's going at the end of the season, which has been on the card for a very long time, have come in and offered Iriola lucrative sum of money to go to Crystal Palace. So, like I said, even though he's still favourite at the bookies to come through the Newcastle doors in the summer, there's still going to be a lot of other Premier League sides touting for his business. Report just dropped in from Graham Bailey. Newcastle are understood to be preparing for a significant squad reshaping this summer, with the possibility of key players needed to be sold in order to rebalance finances and evolve the team. This is old news. While the club would want Howe to oversee that process, there is a growing concern internally that he could opt to leave and take a break from management, as he did following his departure from Bournemouth in 2020. So again, it's the bottom bit I should have just read out, to be fair. There is noise about Eddie Howe's situation. Now, somebody in the chat also put a fantastic, and again, it went really quick, so I wasn't able to actually star it, but it was something in the lines of, and again, I'm not going to go verbatim because I didn't see it that much, but the way it was worded was something like, I forgot what I was going to say. You know, when you talk so much rubbish, and then it's gone straight out of my head. Anyway, it'll come back to me.
No,
That's
that's absolutely perfect. That guys, when you talk so much rubbish, it's that rubbish you can't remember it.
Oh, I've got so much going on in my head. I wanted to say it before it disappeared completely, and it's gone straight off the tip of my tongue. I'll have a look in a minute because it was a really good one-liner, and I wanted to show it. But like I say, it disappeared before I had a chance to even start it because I was looking at another one. Let's just talk about Iriola then. He's the favourite. He's the one that looks like he's the one that wants to stay in the Premier League. We said yesterday, it sounds and feels like a sideward step rather than a forward step. But is this because of the finances? Is this because of the type of players that we've got? He's done very well at Bournemouth, Iriola, as in, not really being able to invest a lot of money, bought in a lot of youngsters as well, lost a lot of very good, high-quality players, but has still been able and vying for Champions League football, believe it or not, with this current squad. So, again, a coach who, on the same plateau as Eddie, if you like, when it comes to making players better, and as you've just said there, Boki, there's a lot of coaches out there that can do that role. Is it a sideward step because of the finances rather than looking for a high-profile manager, the likes of Mourinho, knowing full well that their hands are tied a little bit?
It's not for me. I don't think he's better than Howe, to be honest.
I think, despite what the Twins think, I do not see Iriola as an improvement. I think to be taking over the squad at a time when potentially we will have lost in similar circumstances to Bournemouth, we could have lost, 2 or 3 big hitters. And for him to then be able to improve players, we've seen Eddie do that. I don't think Iriola is going to, massively increase the club's presence worldwide. I don't think it's going to, yes, we could potentially finish in the Champions League with Iriola. I don't doubt that for a minute, but I equally think we could do the same with Eddie.
I think Iriola's a sideways step, as you say, when he's not the guy. If we're going to get rid of Eddie Howe, the whole point of it in my head is to get a big name in so that you start attracting you can attract players to the club. I don't think Iriola's the one to do that. I think it would, as I say, but I completely agree, sideways, which we don't want to do.
And even though he's quoted as saying he wants the Prem still, I think he's going to Bilbao myself.
Can I just mention though the biggest criticism that you yourself, Bulky's, really had about, well, one of many criticisms that you have had about Eddie Howe is that it's went stale. But the previous 4 years under his leadership have been fantastic. Is a sideways step necessarily a bad thing? It would be a fresher approach with the same type of ability as Eddie Howe. And let's not forget, Eddie Howe took us to 2 Champions League qualifications and won us our first trophy in 457,000 years. So, I mean, is a sidestep, but a fresh sidestep, necessarily a bad thing? Because as much as, and I've literally said here that I'd love to see Jose come in if we did end up losing Eddie Howe, but we know there's going to be chaos there. And when you bring in a top manager, yes, it can make you a more publicised team, but it can create chaos. It can rock the boat. And Iriola, if we could just get back to what Eddie Howe was 3 years ago, would we not want that? Is that not pretty much exactly where we'd love to be next season?
But we're not looking to go forward. We're looking to go forward as a club, aren't we? And I don't think Iriola will take any further forward than Eddie Howe potentially would. I think it's, if you're going to do it, if you're going to bite the bullet, go for the biggest manager you can. Is my thing. Go for the biggest name, get the guy in. If it's a disaster, it's a disaster. But go for it. Go for it. I think Iriola would be a very easy choice, a very, same old sort of choice. He's not going to come in and set the world on fire. You're not going to hear him be passionate. I think what we need at this point is just a different character, Eddie Howe.
Yeah, I mean,
I think
he's in the chat. He's there. Anyway, Eddie Howe will start the season. Get used to it, says Michael.
Well, I hope so.
There's a very fair chance.
You're not wrong. Biggest is always best. The world isn't that simple.
I think from all of the vibes that are coming from everywhere, I think the chances of that happening, sadly, are slim. I would love it to happen, contrary to all logic and reasoning, but I just think the noises are too big now to.
It just seems too coincidental, doesn't it? We were on the chat and we were all talking. Then we saw that breaking news. It looks like the club again. I don't know how true that was.
Actually approached
him the day after. He comes out and says he's leaving Bournemouth, even though he had said previously in the season that he wouldn't renew a contract because the proposal wasn't what he was looking for. But he didn't say then that he was leaving Bournemouth. He was just not signing that contract. So again,
I thought he did say he was leaving at the end of the season.
Well, he said he wanted a new contract type of situation, or they were looking to sign a new contract, and he wasn't happy with the contract that was offered.
Yeah, Bournemouth were
at Bournemouth. Yeah.
Yeah,
so,
Bournemouth were wanting him to sign a new contract. And
I
thought
and he doesn't
whole
want
article was he said he's not signing a new contract.
No, he's not signing a new contract. But if you read between the lines, it was because of the value that they were offering. It
Oh,
wasn't any more.
well, money
than-
talks. We know that.
Of course it does, absolutely.
And if I'm Bournemouth and I want to keep a Riola, you know, what the hell? Give him 10 million, you know. What the
Well,
hell's
at
10
the end
million
of the day,
in the
if-
great scheme of things?
But can you imagine now, right? If Bournemouth, and it could happen, get into the Champions League now, does Iriola stay?
Oh, I think so.
He would have to, wouldn't he? He wouldn't get a team in the Champions League
You'd
and
be
give
a
it to
fool,
somebody else.
wouldn't you? Yeah, exactly. You'd be a fool
Like-
not to. And again, this is what I'm saying. This to me isn't closed. This discussion on who is coming through the Newcastle potential door. I don't think it's closed at all because there's far too many things can happen during these last 6 games.
Does anybody
Do you think to be a little
anybody
bit
honestly in their heart of hearts believe that Eddie will still be here at the start of next season?
Look, that was just the
Michael.
question I was going to ask. That
I
was
just
just the
said.
question I was going to ask Win. In regards to this, you know, we've went through the downfalls and the pitfalls of other managers. Should we do a little bit where we talk about why we want to keep Eddie Howe? So, you know, give you guys a chance to put
specifically,
face
I
for
would keep
keeping
Eddie
Eddie Howe.
Howe. Specifically, I would keep Eddie Howe because if we don't get Europe and we're 1 game a week, who is the most successful Premiership manager for getting in the Champions League with 1 game a week? Eddie Howe.
I think the first thing we have to look at it's whatever. I mean, you know, you read the PIF article and you. I don't know whether you guys have read that, where they are still 100% in support of Newcastle, the backing of Newcastle. It's still the same jargon. It's still the same Hopkinson type of, you know, fairy tale wording. Words are cheap. We know that, and this is what I said. Newcastle have got to start playing hardball, and it doesn't matter who. And I say Newcastle, I'm on about the board, because at this present moment in time, you know, we can all point the finger towards Eddie Howe, the backroom staff, whatever. But you've got to have some responsibility as well at the top of the shop, because these are the guys that pick what's going on. They had the clear opportunity to do something in January if they didn't see, you know, the way it was going and everything else. But they stuck by him and they said, you know, he's the one I want. We all heard David Hopkinson on Talk Sport not so long back. The man's amazing. He's a workaholic. Said all these fantastic words. Then all of a sudden he flip-flops on, well, we'll talk about it at the end of the season. I think there's a lot still to negotiate under Eddie Howe. For me, I wouldn't mind Eddie Howe starting at the start of next season if there was a change. And I'm saying that open-heartedly, a change in the backroom staff, somebody with a bit more mentality to get, to get the other side of Eddie Howe and try and give him some a different approach to the game. To me, the narrative's far too similar, and I think that's where it's gone stale. And players react to change, and I think that's why when I did a portfolio for my badges, talking about how they get a bounce from new management, new ideas. It's that 5% bounce. But it doesn't last a whole season unless there's that fresh idea, there's a tactical awareness around the system of play. And if they're having to talk tactics, and again, this is what annoys me with Eddie, 5 minutes before the end of a game, and he's got the forward sat on the bench and he's talking tactics with him. You've had 85 minutes to talk tactics to your players of what you want them to do. Don't delay them, them coming up on the field. And this is what I'm saying. I think there's still players there that just, unfortunately, Eddie Howe's bought in, and it's just not. They're just not what Eddie Howe expected, and it's not happening for him. And again, is that because it's stale? Is it because the players have come in and the tactics that they're being asked to do is stale and it's a little bit naive? Potentially.
Like I say, Eddie, I don't see Eddie ever jettisoning Mad Dog. I don't think that's going to happen. So
no.
And they are the guiding force, if you like. So even
I
if
was
you
gonna
brought
say
someone
When
else in,
can I quick point on that? Then would a good manager do that? Would a good manager think to himself, "This has
well,
gone stale. Look what's happening this season. I need to change things up."
great managers have consistently done that.
So
There's
that's
a lot of
no, it's
Nobody is ever going to
really,
tell
really
me that Eddie Howe is not a good manager.
no,
Nobody is
no.
going to
But
tell me that.
it's really, really sad that Eddie Howe could have 6 months ago. He could have saved this. He could have changed things up. Changed his style and everything like that. Changed his backroom staff, freshened everything up. He just chose to go with the same old stale setup, and we're all where we are now. And you said you would trust Eddie Howe next season in regards to tactics and how he would set teams up. What happened to Crystal Palace? In which case, he had the time, and it was the most lackluster performance I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, well, I kind of.
So,
For
so
me, there
how
was
how do you trust him
absolutely no
next season?
excuse for the Palace performance,
So
along
how,
with
how do
many
you
other
trust?
performances.
So how do you trust him next season when you're saying he only plays one game a week? He's had the time last time, and
Simply because
went out
of
and
what
did
I've
that.
seen him do.
But it's
can
stale.
I just?
It's stale.
It is style. But Tony has put something in the chat. I mean, here we go. If the intention is for a drastic overhaul of the squad, I personally wouldn't trust Eddie Howe after the last transfer window. That would damage us for seasons. Then you get Ron Turnbull saying, and this is a good point, Ron. Eddie has not lost the players. Ron thinks players have down the tools because obviously they want to stay fit for the World Cup. At least 6 players go into the World Cup. Is that a reason, do you think, of why there's been a? But what happened at the start of this season? Then?
Well, if it is a reason, it's not a good enough reason. It's a shocking reason. It's a terrible reason, and that is down to Eddie to sort that out and say, "Hey, man, come on." But as to respond to Bogey, that there is no, if you like, logical reason why I would like Eddie to be given another season. It's just that I think starting afresh, having gone through this season, the man is not a lunatic. He's intelligent enough to realize, right, where did we go wrong last season? Let's make sure that does not happen again. And I personally would trust him to do it. I can understand every single argument.
Be
Saying,
quick then, 'cause we've got to go on to Bournemouth.
no.
Quickly come back on that. I don't think anybody's calling him a lunatic, and nobody's calling Eddie Howe as a manager or a person. We're saying that he's took the club as far as he can, and I disagree with anybody that I've heard other channels ranting about him and be him as a person. It's absolutely disgusting that he's a good guy. He deserves respect for what he's done for this club. All we're saying is that he's come to the end of his time at the club, but that doesn't make him a bad person.
All of the evidence points to that book. Yes, spot on. But I just personally, illogically, don't go along with it.
Couple of points before we go to the Bournemouth game. I have got a couple of things to talk about players if you get a chance. The squad, Geordie up north, the squad is currently don't want to play for us. Get Hosey in, change, says Geordie up north. I mean, again, you can say that. Are players having their heads turned because of whispers behind closed doors? Doing that in January 26, says Brian, was Howe's downfall so far, plus losing 2 games to the unwashed, where players are not done enough on the pitch. Players are in the same boat as Howe. And again, you can't just blame Howe. You've got to blame everyone because it is, everyone out there trying to win and lose games by the looks of it. So,
except that, you go back to the fact it's his job to motivate.
Them.
To
yeah,
direct.
I've said from day one, there's only one person gets sacked at the end of the day. So if he hasn't got the ability to change, then it's his own real fault. So Bournemouth, like I say, we'll do a quick run on Bournemouth. Form team coming to town, unbeaten in 12 league games.
We're not doing that tomorrow,
Arsenal.
by the way.
Why? It's Thursday, isn't it?
It's Wednesday today.
It's Wednesday. I'm thinking it's Thursday. I'll tell you what, I'll leave it till tomorrow then. That'll be
exactly.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know why I'm doing it today then. Let's talk about this then, because there's a couple of interesting things. Manchester City seem to have turned attentions elsewhere regarding Tino Livramento. There was Manchester Evening News is reporting they have cooled their interest on Newcastle right back Tino Livramento. Man City consider Newcastle's valuation too high for the England international, considering his injury record and recent poor form.
I was about to say, he's only got himself to blame for that.
Yeah, indeed. How does that affect Newcastle going forward then? Because, like, obviously, you know, Tino looked like he was walking out of Newcastle at one point. Will the fans? Would the fans happy to have him back in the mix if he was to find that form again that was obviously there for the likes of Manchester City? I
just hope Tino's read it.
Well, yeah, so do I.
Because I think he's going to say, "Oh, well, that's not happening." But I get back to my day job.
The big problem is, but all these press reports can come out. If Tino goes off and has a Class World Cup, you know, if any of the players go off and have a really good World Cup, there's a good chance big teams will still come in for them. So at this point, I don't think it really. You're going to get a lot of rumours, obviously, as we have for players coming in, if players going out as well. But I think the big thing's going to be how some of these guys do, how they play in the World Cup competition. Because if he goes out there and has a blinder, there's a chance more teams will want to come in for him. If Hall goes out there and has a blinder, to be honest, I think the biggest worry isn't Tino now; it's Hall. Tino, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tino, I think you can replace quite easily defensively wise. He's not a great defender, so I think you can get defensive cover here for him. I think if somebody comes in for Hall, you're losing a hell of a player. I think he's the better out of the two of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, on 2 seasons performance. To me, Tino played at his best when he was playing left back when Hall was out.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Tino.
But I still think he's a great player. I would love to think we're going to hang on to him. Don't have any worries at all about him playing.
What you'd love is to keep them 2 fullbacks and next season build a team around them, wouldn't you? That's the dream scenario. You get rid of a Gordon maybe and a Tonali maybe. You get rid of them 2 and keep the younger fullbacks for the future. Sorry.
Yeah.
Not so sure I'd take Tino over Tonali, to be honest with you, but maybe that's just
you wouldn't. You would prefer to hang on to Tonali than Tino.
100%. I mean, Tonali is one of the best midfielders in the league. Tino Livramento on recent performances is, you know, if his head's not in for Newcastle United, why keep him? Like that's the thing. We need Tino to be. If Tino's at his best, that he's up for it. Absolutely love him as a player, but it doesn't have like Tonali. People have said that his head's not been in it this season, and Tonali's still been busting an absolute gut, and putting in really good performances and being a very much a central point of the team. Whereas Tino, when he has a bad game, he has a bad game. On the flip side, when he has a good game, he looks like an England international right back who you wouldn't replace with anybody. But in regards to like the fact that if his head was that seriously turned and he was trying to get himself out of the club, I don't see how you recover from that.
Exactly. And I think that's
I just look at Tonali and the TNT earlier on this evening did a big comparison thing. The program was about Declan Rice. And they had the stats up for Caicedo, Tonali, Rice, and who was the other one? DM, who was the next best DM? Wasn't McAllister, I don't think. Might have been Gravenberch. Might have been Gravenberch. And they had all of the stats for the season. Tonali was bottom of the pile by a long way. His
head's not been on it at all.
In terms of goals and assists, progressive carries, tackles. There was a load of stats that had.
To be fair though, look at the players that the teams that those other players are playing for, as opposed to the team that Tonali's playing alongside. I mean, Tonali's at best a makeshift number 6. There are plenty of times when players around him are kind of leaving him to deal with it himself. I mean, Declan Rice is playing for Arsenal. Caicedo, these players are playing for top teams, are surrounded by like really, really good players. And I mean, Tonali's playing sometimes alongside Willock, who is either a fantastic Willoquinho or an absolute nightmare of a player. And that inconsistency is hard to have good stats alongside. Like everybody's always said, for all of the goals that Alan Shearer scored, if Alan Shearer had went to play for a Real Madrid or a Juventus or a Manchester United, he would have had twice as many goals. Of course he would have. Because he wouldn't have had Tamori Katspire trying to put one on his head every week. He would have had Ryan Giggs and David Beckham. Of course you're going to score more goals with players around him. And I think that's what affects Tonali's stats. I would take Tonali over Caicedo probably 8 times out of 10, just because of Tonali's engine.
Do you not think these stats are a little bit flawed from positional play?
I think the stats are flawed, just in general.
Well, in terms of comparing...
Well, he's not a 6.
Well, neither is Declan Rice, really.
Well, he is.
Can we sit and talk about what you've seen on the pitch this season? In regards to it, you're right, Win. Tonali hasn't been as good as Declan Rice this season, but I wouldn't say he's been a million times behind him like you were trying to prove with stats. If you actually look at the games they've played, Rice has had bad games. Tonali's had bad games. Yes, Rice has been a little bit better, but I just think completely going off stats is the wrong way. I actually watched a channel the other night that one of the guys who was doing the scoring for the players, so he was scoring the players on the performance, hadn't actually watched the whole game. So it's really made up the fact that he'd sat and watched 30 odd minutes of the game, then went off, didn't something else, and hadn't actually watched it. And he based his scores on stats. How the hell do you do that? You've got to watch games. So I haven't seen enough of Rice this season or the other players you've mentioned, but I do think you've got to watch the games themselves and say, Tonali hasn't all of a sudden become a bad player because of the stats that you're putting out. He's still a great player.
No, he was in the top 4.
Yeah. But I'm saying he's still a great player, isn't he? Though he was in
the top 4 in the Prem, but his stats were a lot worse than the other 3.
Yeah. But again, these stats are. I mean, I don't like stats, but I think sometimes you can use stats to prove things that aren't actually there.
Coaches affect players' games massively. I'll tell you now. Again, look at what's happening at Chelsea. Caicedo every week. He said he would take Caicedo every week. So would I. He's a great player. Rosinia, now he's the new gaffer there. He's really affected his game lately.
Best coach in the world.
This is the problem. What? The best coach in the world.
Exactly. Best football coach on the planet. According to...
Apart from Robert Carver.
No, I was going to say John Carver's still coach.
John Carver.
Of course, John Carver. I forgot about him.
And that is so true. And I think, like I said, when you've got a player who's not free to go and have that roam around the pitch to do the job that he wants to do and affect the game the way he likes to affect the games, you see a different player for Italy. A totally different player. As poor as Italy have been, to be fair, and I've just said Tonali could still be at the World Cup if Iran, obviously, because of the issues going on over there, like I say, he still may be at the World Cup. Who knows? But for me, I do believe that coaches have a massive impact on a player's ability. And obviously, we've also seen from the likes of Tino that also being headhunted, and Anthony Gordon, another one. Bayern Munich, apparently they've already had discussions. Newcastle seem to be happy to let him go for around about the 70 million euros.
Was I saying, Book? He's definitely not a number 5. I know that much.
I'm at least a 7 out of 10. Was are you right, mate?
There you go. Look, see? There you go. And you know, for the way I look at it now is there is definitely going to be 2 players gone this year. Tonali will be gone in the summer, and Gordon will be gone in the summer, and that unfortunately is down to Eddie Howe. It's gone stale. You know, this is where we are at the moment, and I know you know, I've just been having a quick read while you guys were chatting, and I'm skim reading. You know, they're saying about that they give you all these big noises, the press about, you know, freshen up the squad and everything else, but we're gonna have to sell players to get these new names in. So it's like robbing Peter to pay Paul, and it doesn't matter who comes in as manager. If it's a total refresh because you've lost a number of players, is it going to be better or worse? Because that is the gamble, isn't it?
Well, the
How
one thing...
actually will do you think Howe actually will give up on the air transfers this transfer window? Do you think he will let Wilson do his job and have an input saying, yes, I don't mind that player coming in, but not actually have any input in regards to which players we're looking at?
Well, that's
do you think he will take that massive step back? And would you trust him even if he's having input in any way? Would you trust his decision making after the signings that were made last season?
Yes. Yeah, you keep on going on about summer. You know, summer was an aberration. We know it was an aberration, and yet we still came out of it with what on the face of it was not a bad outcome given the circumstances.
So potentially we're going to have another £200 million to spend this summer if we sell players. Would you trust Eddie Howe spending that money?
Yes.
On what basis?
On the forget about summer. On every other transfer we've done up till then. Summer was a disaster. We're agreeing summer was a disaster. Would I have another Botman? Would I have another Bruno? Would I have another Isaac? Absolutely. Would I have another Tonali? Absolutely. Would I have another Hall? Would I have another Livramento? Absolutely.
But do you think with Eddie Howe, because I'll make a point here, I think with Eddie Howe, those players that you mentioned originally there were already in his head that he wanted those. And I think a lot of the players that he's tried bringing in since then are still players that recycle in his head. So Trafford's a big example of that. Elanga's a big example of that.
Yeah.
He has players that he wants, and he won't shy away from it. He won't back down from it. It's a bit like the central defender who's gone out my head that didn't actually come. When we could have got other central defenders in, because
Eddie stuck his neck out for to get Gay. Where's he gone now? Man City. Oh yes, probably going to win a title.
But he was so focused on getting that player that you don't get other players. Is that why we're so slow in the transfer window?
We could sign one player. That window, we could sign one player, and the one player he wanted was Gay.
But we could have went for another player. How many central defenders are there out there in the world?
Well, at the time,
we could have went for Gay, but had another player in the background that we wanted as well. But
right, so he's thinking, well, it doesn't matter because we've still got Chair, Botman, Burn, so it's not critical. If I can get him, I want him. If I can't, forget it.
Yeah.
I like I say, I mean, I think it was twofold for me. I think January was the really big one where he could have gone in and done something to change the mentality. Like I say, the dryness, the same old, and again, you know, we keep on talking about the same things happening constantly, never changes, and if it's not changing, you know, definition of insanity comes back, isn't it? You know, you expect it to change, and it's not going to. You expect the results to be different, and it doesn't happen. So for me, I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. And like I said, if PIF are saying that they're going to back the club for the project for the next 5 years, even though obviously what they said last year, it's a 5-year project. We're now down to 4 years. They still plan to be top dogs when it comes to 2030. They still want to be battling with Man City and Arsenal's alike. I just don't know if it's just talk. Like I say, things have to happen. We have got some of the light crew coming on board. Tim, are you hosting tonight?
I am indeed, Gary. I am indeed.
Very good. Very
Hello,
good.
lads and
Lovely to
lass.
have you.
Yeah.
How are you, sir?
Good to be here. I'm good. I'm good. I've been listening to all of your thoughts, and it's all very interesting. And yeah, we've got Horsey on the
You
scene
wouldn't
now.
you wouldn't like our thoughts on Iriola, would you?
Well, I'll try again tonight, mate. I'll try again.
Just so that you don't turn against me, I did defend the idea of Iriola, just in case you missed that bit. So
Thank you, Christina. Thank you, Christina. I'll
welcome.
remember that. I'll chip away again tonight, but
Good
honestly, I can see all sides. I really can. He's not the only man that's an option, certainly. And obviously, some would say Eddie Howe's still an option. So we'll get into that as well. I'm sure Wynn can give some teeth to that.
He already has.
Like I say, that just heart ruling head, you might say, heart ruling head,
I get it.
Indeed.
I get it. Yeah.
and also 2020 hindsight, having been very much in the Bobby Out campaign, and we know where that
Yeah.
went.
Yeah.
I just
Was that in
like I say,
2020?
before you, I was going to ask. I wanted to ask you guys
In
coming on the
2005.
live show just to out of interest. Now I keep a keen eye on players' names that are involved. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of discussion now about William Gomes, the 20-year-old from Porto. That seems to be intensifying. But the other name that seems to have cropped up today, another Bournemouth link, is Marco Senesi. He's apparently has been approached regarding a possible deal because I think he's a free agent in the summer. But again, you know, that's within the. But what I wanted to ask you in the last 24 hours, so I'm only talking a day, right? Out of what usually happens with Newcastle is you have names as long as your arm. Now, what I'm seeing on a daily basis is only Newcastle players. Out of those ones I've just talked, I've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 on the board, and out of those 12, there's only 2 players that aren't Newcastle players that are moving away. What's your thoughts on that?
We've got to rebuild, if nothing else, just to replace. And I hesitate using the word deadwood, but the aged cohort.
These aren't the aged though, Win. These are your tried and trusted that had got us Champions League football. Some of these players that are potentially moving away could be the ones that are, you know, the diamonds, and that's what I said.
Tonali, Tino, Gordon.
Yeah, I'd snap your hands off for 70 million for Gordon. Absolutely snap your hands off first.
And me. Yeah. And me.
I'll
Anyway,
take
I'm
that.
going to let you crack on, gentlemen. It's lovely to see you. Lovely to speak to you. We're the lads, lasses, and Bairns. Take care.
Thank you, Gary. Cheers.
Yeah,
This
bye.
is a late night show. Cheers. And yeah, stay tuned. We'll continue discussing everything that is going on around the Toon, managers, player signings. So keep your comments coming, keep your likes coming, and watch this space.
Set up for maximum confrontation and super opinionated debates. The NUFC Late Night Show with Chris the American Man, Derek the Mighty Wind, and the rest of the panel, Monday through Thursday from 9:30 p.m. UK and UFC Talk Radio, the voice of the Toon Army.
Yep, voice of the Toon Army, and I think we have got we've got others on the way as well. I believe.
And then there were
might be on the way.
3.
Then there were 3.
We've got an Iriola committee where I'm going to be well and
Got
truly
Iriola-
outvoted.
Yep. I've got a round table coming up, Win, to work out the finer details as to how this is going to work and how you're going to be converted. I want to
a
just
rose between 2 twin thorns.
So like I say, viewers as well, you know, keep your comments coming. We'll pick up as many as we can, and you tell us what you think about Iriola. You might have done already during the show, but I just want to hear again what you think if Iriola came. But obviously, Hawes is the talk of the Toon at the moment, and there's plenty of other options. Like I say, we'll get into all that as well, because there's other managers that, are potential options. I mean, again, I say all this, Eddie Howe still in the hot seat. So, we'll discuss whether he could turn it around. And I think Kev made some brilliant points last night, and I do really understand where Kev is coming from. And like you say, when it's partly the heart ruling the head. I think Kev kind of admitted that as well. And football is about the romantic side as well. And I get that, and I'm hearing what Kev said, and it's hard to disagree in terms of the loyalty, in terms of faith, having faith. There's something to be said maybe for having faith after someone's gave you so much. So I understand that big time. And what I'm doing is, in this season, what I've been doing is I've been sitting waiting for a bit more substance to back up that hope and faith, and I just haven't seen enough to then go along and say, yeah, you know what, I think we can land on faith because of X, Y, and Z. And yeah, we've got DXK in the building. How are you doing, mate? You good, DX?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you doing?
Nice one. Yeah, all good. All
Wait,
good.
my mic was muted by Mighty Win.
The Dark
All right.
Knight.
He was. I'm trying to brighten it up. I don't know why it's so dark. Oh, here we go.
There you go.
There you go. You're
Yeah,
brooding in the dark like Batman.
So it's,
Yeah.
All right,
darkest hours just before the dawn.
we're certainly getting there. I'll come round the table, right? But I'll just get a few thoughts out. Give me diatribe, and then we'll go around the table. So yeah, I understand. You want to really see Eddie Howe turn it around, and what a brilliant situation it would be if you could do that, and we could steam on again next season. Before I continue, we got was there win the meat in the Weshi sandwich, more ketchup, please. Yeah. So
Yes, what?
it's washy, by the way, was it? But yeah, really appreciate your super chat, mate. Top man. So yeah, wishy-washy. 50-50 as well,
Yeah.
don't forget, between
Yeah.
you-know-who and Newcastle. So yeah, I think ideally Eddie Howe would turn it around. He's got credit in the bank in terms of what he's done for us. I just think that what we are talking about is, I mean, I'll come to Iriola again. I don't want to get too hung up on Iriola, but we talk about the alternatives and we say about sideways steps. And I understand what you're saying. You said on the show before this that would be a sideways step as far as you're concerned. On paper, Eddie Howe's done more than Iriola at Bournemouth. Yes, you can't argue with that. That is correct, I think, on paper. But the thing is that we're not talking about on paper. I think in reality right now, the Eddie Howe of right now, for me, has not came up with enough answers to show that he is in the right trajectory to continue to bring this team forwards, to continue to come up with solutions. And I think you've got to factor that in. I think you can't just look at it, like I say, on paper. I think he looks fatigued. He looks like he's lost his mojo, and he might well get it back. But we are only a few results away, I think, from doubts creeping in again, even if he did, regain some of his poise and got results back next season again, to begin with. So I think a sideways step is, like I think Christina said, yeah, it might be looked upon as a sideways step, but really, I don't think it is necessarily when you look at the details and you look at what I've mentioned. And with Iriola, you talk about his work at Bournemouth, in terms of, okay, he's just the same type of manager, same type of football. Eddie Howe needs to have made some tweaks for me to climb the league. Iriola has a preference for 4-2-3-1. He has a preference for number 6 midfield. He has a preference to play number 10. He has a preference to play younger players and give them minutes in the transfer market for signings and other players at the club. All these things are things we've been crying out for under Eddie Howe. So to me, those, what you would call tweaks, are actually quite significant if you then factor in that he would continue an attacking style of football, a brand of football. So yeah, that's what I would say to that. A lot more I could say, but I'll leave it there. And we'll I mean, we'll come on to Jose as well. But just on that, I want to get your thoughts, DX, on Eddie, whether he can turn it around, whether it's a case of, let's just have faith, and Areola, and whether we need to be looking at these managers if it's a sideways step, or do we need to aim higher?
Yeah, it's a weird one with Areola that I've kind of been very skeptical of him over the past few months, I think, or over the past, since his name started coming up, really, because I felt like his team was very gung ho, which I understand last season with the Kirkes and all of those fantastic defenders, they were still conceding quite a few goals. So I didn't feel like he was the right man for the job, but I'm starting to soften my stance a little bit towards him. I think I do feel like Eddie Howe's, for me, run his race brilliantly, done really well, but I think probably end of the season is a good time for him to move on. And I do. There is something about Areola. My slight caveat, my slight concern, I guess, is that we've seen managers like Thomas Frank and Potter and people like that who've done incredibly well at these mid-table-ish teams, got them 9th or 10th against the odds, and you think, wow, they're good managers. And as soon as they go to a bigger club, it just falls apart. They don't seem to have the stomach for it, and it just, Thomas Frank was a complete disaster, wasn't he, this season? So yeah, and you could even put Amorim in that category, perhaps. Like they're hyped up to be these great managers, and then they go to these sort of so-called bigger clubs and don't really perform. So that's my slight concern. I think if we're going to go for a manager like that, but I suppose you could say the same thing about Eddie Howe when he came to us. He'd only managed Burnley and Bournemouth, so sometimes you have to take a gamble. It's either that or you go for a Jose Mourinho, who's, we have to admit, he's past his best now, and he'd be the name. Do you go for the big name? Do you go for or do you go for the other kind of risk, which is a big name, young manager like Fabregas? So there's all these things in the air. But I think Fabregas would be my first choice. But I think that I wouldn't be upset if Areola came in, but I wouldn't be blown away. I think you'd do all right.
I think a lot of people have been extremely harsh on Thomas Frank, because when you look at, I know everybody hates me bringing them up, but if you look at the injuries that he's had at Spurs all season, it was like, it's worse than what we had in 23-24. I just think it's unfair to judge him. Should he got a bit more, probably, but they're worse off now than when he left.
I know. I think you probably should have. It's easy for us to say we're not Spurs fans. We're looking from the outside, but I do think that Thomas Frank had a tough gig there. I think the issue with Frank is that he is more pragmatic. So I think with us or Spurs even, I think if you have that pragmatic setup, it is going to be a bit more of an uphill struggle to win the fans over. Whereas the likes of Areola, they are very much front foot. But Peter, I'll throw it to you. And again, we are going to talk about other managers and stuff, but Cesc or Areola? Because you mentioned Fabregas and you were all on board, really, I think. But out of those two, who'd you go for? I
wouldn't go as far as saying all on board, but I did say last year that I thought Fabregas was someone, I said to you, didn't I, that I think he's someone just to keep an eye on. I like what he said about just football in general, his principles. I'm impressed with how he's able to see through the kind of tippy-tappy brainwashing, basically. So he's called that out, and I like that. Now, having said that, I can't sit here and say I've watched Como, the team he manages in Italy. So I don't know if he has actually stuck to his guns there and played a style of football that cuts out that nonsense.
Yeah.
So, but he's a name as well. So I understand that is part of the draw with Cesc. And I would definitely be excited if he came in. He's clearly, looking from the outside, he's done a brilliant job so far at Como. Even though I haven't watched them, but you look at the league table, he's doing really well. And so, yeah, I guess my worry with Cesc would be that if he came to Newcastle, the Arsenal job, maybe even the Chelsea job, is for me would always be looming in the background for Cesc. I think once, let's say if Arteta like stays for next season and he has a rocky season and Cesc is at Newcastle, I think it would just be a matter of time before they would come calling. And I don't think it would be a long-term stay. That's just me speculating, but I can just see Chelsea and Arsenal being a bigger draw for Fabregas than Newcastle. But definitely one to watch. Like I say, he's an up-and-coming manager, and I think he'll probably be in the Premier League at some point. But if I had to choose between him and Iriola right now, sitting here, I think I would have to go for Iriola. And what I would take away from, what I have took away from Iriola when I have watched Bournemouth, is that a lot of the goals Newcastle have conceded this season would not have happened if Iriola was in charge just simply because of the number 6 that he tends to play with. And I'm thinking about Brighton away, Brentford at home, Chelsea at home, Everton at home. If you look at all of those goals for those games, if you pause the game in those last goals that we conceded to lose those games, if you pause it and look at the setup of the team in each of those moments, midfield is gone. There's no number 6, nowhere to be seen. And Iriola loves to have Tyler Adams mopping up there. So, yeah, and like you said, Timmy, I think he's done a brilliant job in terms of at Bournemouth. He's lost. I mean, to lose Semenyo, I mean, wow, to kick on the way they've done. I mean, Semenyo is just a top class player, and they went unbeaten after losing him. I mean, to me, that says a lot about Iriola.
Shows the substance behind the tactics. I think that the other players can come in and execute the plan and still get results. Yeah, so we've got Wazza there.
All on board. Thomas the Frank engine. Toot toot.
Cheers, Wazza. Appreciate it, mate.
Cheers, Waz.
Yeah, I think. I mean, don't get us wrong. Bournemouth are still, they do concede goals, and I think as an attacking side, you are going to be more liable to concede goals, whether you play with a number 6 or not. And but I think he still tries to mitigate that. That's the point, is that he tries to limit being exposed on the counter. And Tyler Adams, like you said, does mop up attacks from the opposition at times. And we don't have a player and don't seem to be interested in having a player to do that. So again, it's a tweak.
And yet, Bournemouth have conceded 2 more goals than we have this season.
Yeah, well, again, they do concede goals, and I think what I would say is if Iriola had Eddie Howe's budget and had the lure of Newcastle United to attract even better players, perhaps then that goal margin would be improved.
Yeah, I think it's the manner of the goals that I'm thinking of for Newcastle is what's worrying. It's the manner of those goals, like I mentioned, like Everton at home and Brentford at home, games like that, where, like I've said before, it's the parting of the sea, and like you said to me, at least Iriola tries to have a setup that compensates.
But there were also a lot of individual howlers.
Well, that's part of it. That is part of it, yeah. And like
nothing to do with setup, nothing to do with shape. If a defender has an aberration.
Sometimes, yeah. But there's been other times where I think the shape of the team has been just kamikaze, and I just think Iriola would bring a bit more structure, in terms of the intent, at least. But I'm saying that obviously Eddie's still in the job, and I mean, I've sat here and like I've said all along, I feel like his track record at Newcastle has warranted for the club to give him as long as possible, and I've held off. Yeah, I've held off sitting here, held off, saying it's time for change. I've tried to kind of like I say, give him time to get it right. So it is with a heavy heart if he does go. I have to say, I have to admit, I think if you ask me, I don't think he will be here. Unfortunately, I think next season I do feel like it's run its course. But
I think
Well, Kev said something about to defend Eddie Howe. He said that we tend to overrate our players. And, maybe Eddie Howe needs to be given a bit more leeway because perhaps the squad isn't as good as we think. The players aren't as good as we think. And obviously we've got no divine right to be up there. But actually I would also say that is one of Eddie Howe's faults. I think Eddie Howe himself overrates a lot of our players. I think Eddie Howe makes it very difficult for himself when you come to the likes of Joe Linton, Anthony Gordon, even Dan Burton to an extent. He plays these players again and again and again. So if Joe Linton is fit, Joe Linton plays. If Anthony Gordon doesn't want to play right wing, he doesn't play right wing. Eddie Howe sees these players at a very high level. He sees them, like you say, Peter, maybe those players in particular on the same level as Bruno, and Lewis Hall. So, and I think that's a major issue. And I don't see that changing unless he is maybe forced to change. And how he will react to that, it's not a great dynamic. You want the manager to be driving the change, not being told what to do. So again, I would flip it back that way. I think he's unfortunately very conservative when it comes to changing his mind about players. And yeah, I think he himself overrates the squad. And we could have maybe been further up the table if he used the likes of Jacob Ramsey just a little bit more in certain games where we need a player in midfield to have a bit more skill on the ball, to open things up a bit on the half turn and support the striker a bit more. So that's what I would say on that point. Now, we'll come to Jose. And I know you've spoken about Jose. No? Well, yeah, I've heard what you've said, Win. Bits of what you said. I heard what Gary, Borky, and Christina said. So I'll come to you, the XK. You said that you think he's past his best.
Yeah.
Why do you think he's past his best? And would you definitely not have him at Newcastle, or would you take a gamble?
I'm not saying I definitely wouldn't have him at Newcastle. I'd be quite excited if he came to Newcastle because he's such a
isn't that it?
Yeah, it's a difficult.
I'll come to that. Yeah,
it's a bit of a conundrum because he's such a massive name, such a global star in the game. But it's only that I think the last few jobs he's done. I don't actually know how he did. He did quite well at Roma, didn't he? But I think Tottenham was a bit of a shambles. Fenerbahce, I don't think was anything to write home about. And Benfica, they're starting to get a bit fed up with him. So, and I think he did pretty well at Man United, but that ended quite a few years ago, didn't it? So, but yeah, I'm not sure how old Jose was. He 65?
63.
63. So when Sir Bobby came to us, he was 66, I think. So, I mean, that's not an appointment I'd be against. I think that's the glamour appointment, isn't it? And we've had for years. One good thing about it would be for years people have said, "Oh, Jose, Sir Bobby, all these links." If it happens, it's a bit like when Shearer became the manager. At least it's happened, so you can kind of say one way or another, "Okay, that's done." People stop talking about it. So I would be quite happy with him. I think Glasner I quite like, a decent manager, and he's available on a free. Iraola, as you said, is on a free. So I think those sorts of people are the main names. But Jose, out of this, the ones who've been mentioned, because Cesc is just our little thing that we've come up with, really. But the ones that have really been linked, Jose is probably the one I would most like to see because I'm. I don't know. I'm all about the headliners. I like the big names. So I'd be, and I think he could attract. I think he could attract some big players. It would show that we mean business as well, because somebody like that is, that's a big pull for players. I think he still has that. He still has that.
Mm-hmm. Never mind picking up the pieces in 2 years' time. Yeah, but yeah.
He never stays anywhere for that long now, does he? But it'd be
so
fun.
See that's where we kind of differ. If that's what you think, I think if Jose came here and got some. By the way, he's I'm not saying he's my number one choice, but if he did, and he got something going, I think he could be here for a long time.
Why can I ask you, Win? Why do you think Man United haven't came back in form?
Well, do they have they ever went back for another manager? I don't think
the ship's kind of
why not?
Doesn't it?
Well, Michael Carrick's there on a caretaker basis. Obviously, lost against Leeds. I know a lot of talk was that he might well get the gig, but it's not confirmed yet. Why Are Man U not going
I
back in
think
form?
I
Why
think
wouldn't they
Man
do that?
United will be more looking like. But this is why I think again Fabregas. I would be all for Fabregas with the proviso that we'll probably realise with Fabregas it is definitely going to be a stepping stone, which is for me the advantage of Jose that it wouldn't be, because if he was to have a great time with us, there still wouldn't be that many top echelon clubs going for him. They would all think he was past his best. They are more likely to be going for
Well,
the
well,
Cesc
what kind of? Yeah,
Fabregases.
What
yeah.
I like about Mourinho as well is he's quite quick to make changes in games. Like he
Exactly.
doesn't mind bloodying people's noses. Right, 25 minutes, it's not working. Get this guy off,
Yeah.
and that's one thing with Eddie that I think we can put that as a criticism of Eddie, that he does
Yeah.
hang on, and it's all a bit reactive. And
Yeah.
I think that would be quite a nice, pleasant change. But he's never been at a club for more than about 3 years, which that's the slight concern. But maybe, as Mighty Win says, that might change with him going into his twilight years as a manager. Might not.
Why? What? Yeah.
Go on, sorry.
I mean, oh, sorry, mate. Just why do you think those clubs would think he's past his best and not go for him?
Well, I don't necessarily think that they would be thinking he's past his best. I just think they'd maybe be thinking we want the next generation as opposed to the past generation. So they are looking for somebody to create a dynasty. The way Arsenal have done. Arsenal have stuck by Arteta. It'd be really interesting to see if Arsenal blow this title chase.
Then we'll get Arteta.
Will they still stick with Arteta? And if you listen to all the Arsenal fan groups, 99% of them are Arteta out already. But they all acknowledge that the board will probably stick with him because of what he's achieved.
This is the mad thing. They're top of the league and they want the manager sacked, which is a bit of a wild situation, isn't it? But I think with Mourinho, like, if you think Chelsea aren't going to reappoint him now, surely not for a third time. I think that's done. And Man United are not going to reappoint him because that was done, and I feel like that didn't end on the best of terms necessarily. So he won't go to Man City because of the Man United thing, and because I think they're looking at younger managers if Pep leaves. So then you're kind of ruling out all these clubs. He's been at Tottenham, and that didn't particularly end brilliantly with Daniel Levy. So you can cancel out almost all the top Premier League teams. Who does that leave? That just leaves us and Villa, but Villa Emery. So
yeah. I mean, I'll come to you in a second, Peter. It's just that you've said there that at both Man United and Spurs, it didn't end brilliantly. It ended poorly,
But it started brilliantly.
Well, it did start well. He won trophies at Man U, didn't he?
Yeah, true.
Yeah,
and he was sacked on the eve of the cup final with Spurs.
He lost it.
Yeah. But in terms of us being, laying foundations and looking long term, honestly, if we appointed Mourinho, I would be excited as well. I think you can't not get swept away with the stardust that he'd bring. And obviously there's the connection with Sir Bobby. You know what I mean? How can you not fall for that and get swept away with that initially? But so the first 6 months, even maybe first year, I think could be a lot of fun. Got no doubt about that. I just think, we talk about we need to blood youth. We need to incorporate youth. We need to be clever in the transfer market. We need to find the gems out there. We need to box clever. We as fan base, I think, prefer attacking football. At St James's Park, you want that roar from the Gallagher ends to suck the ball in the net. Jose Mourinho is anti all of that. Okay, he is not for any of that. So after those first 6 months, and to me, I could well imagine after the stardust is gone, then I can imagine a lot of negative noises. And in terms of the management itself, again, I'm sure, obviously, he'd walk in the dressing room, and yes, players would certainly stand up and take notice. Obviously, it's Jose, So, but again, he's very combative, and I understand the exit. It'd be very refreshing where you've got a manager who isn't afraid of bloody noses and make subs, even in the first half, never mind at half time. So I agree. It would be very refreshing to see that. But at a certain point, he gets players backs up the wrong way, and he gets a lot of players backs up the wrong way. And it just seems to end where the dressing room is fractured, it's in pieces. You've got a lot of older players there. You've got youth players not really getting a look in. This is how it's really been a lot of time recently with Jose. He's a legend. How can you not love him really? But I'm just saying what he's been like really in recent years. So I just think maybe we're scratching an itch there at the cost of looking forward and building stable foundations. But what do you think, Peter?
No, I think I agree in terms of, you mentioned there the Stardust. It would be exciting. There's no doubt about it. And it would be, you'd see some potentially explosive games at St James's Park, I think, especially when it comes to maybe the touchline. I mean, I can imagine him and Arteta, if Arteta's still there, Newcastle v Arsenal. So that would be interesting. But,
True.
I do, maybe you should get him in just for that, might be worth it. But so, yeah, I think there's definitely plus points to the appointment in terms of, like you say, that kind of bullishness that he would bring. But yeah, I mean, I'm kind of the same in terms of I can't ignore the fact that it has turned sour quite quickly at most kind of jobs he's been at recently. So I don't think it would. I mean, you could argue. I was going to say I don't think it would end well in terms of building those foundations. But I suppose when does it ever end well? When a manager leaves, he's leaving for a reason at any club. Whenever a manager leaves a club, so because things aren't going well, so that's kind of inevitable, isn't it? Whoever you appoint. I mean, at the end of the day, right? Everything in football is a calculated gamble. Everything. So it's not a scientific kind of equation. It almost is in terms of you see all these stats that people are using and the research that goes into it these days. It's kind of getting close to that, but ultimately, yeah, I think Jose. It's very sentimental option.
Yeah,
I'd be excited. I can't deny I'd be excited if he came in. Say again, win.
Well, no, I make you right. It's as you say, it's all emotion, and but every one of us has said we would be excited.
Yeah. Is it something like? Is there a bit of a parallel to? It's obviously I'm not comparing the two managers, but in terms of their names, Ruud Gullit when he came in, that the big, almost a celebrity manager coming in where we felt, wow, this is the guy. He'd done well at Chelsea, but obviously Mourinho is a much more accomplished manager, isn't he? Not Ruud Gullit was a great player, but
Exactly.
but we brought in this guy, and I think that was an exciting time, as I remember, as much as I remember it. Like initially, sexy football and all that, but it didn't turn out that way, of course. So, but I think
Marriage.
what's that?
Got Silvio Marriage.
Oh, that's well. In that case, no, you're right. It was he's a good tenure, good time.
Yeah, when you think of it that way, Peter, yeah, you've got to rethink the whole Ruud era,
But also, like just quickly as well, I think with Jose, what I would say is in amongst all of the
Jose, man,
Jose, in amongst all of the excitement it would bring, I have to say I don't think it would be a sensible appointment. I'll say that if I'm going to look at the other side of the coin, I can't say it would be very sensible appointment because, like the reasons you've said, I think he would ultimately cause a lot of friction in the end. So I think as well, Borky mentioned earlier, he said Areola's the easy option. I actually think Jose would be more of the easy option because, like I say, that's the sentimental. Do you know what I mean? Like you say, you
From PIF's point of view, definitely.
Yeah, you're getting a big name. He hasn't. You could argue he's past his best. You're scratching an itch. You've got the Bobby Robson connection. I think it is the easy option. I think Areola's more of the kind of the bolder option in a way because Areola hasn't done it at a high level like Jose. And in that sense, like you said, the exit, you could argue that you're taking more of a risk there.
What I would
yeah.
say is that if PIF are reading the room, as it were, right now, and right now I would say it's probably, 60-40 Eddie out. But that's still a big 40 Eddie in. And if PIF are reading the room, then they would know themselves that if we've got all of this, how we're going to keep everybody happy. We'll get rid of Howe, but we'll bring in the special one. Because I think even out of the 40, a lot of them would be perfectly happy to see that and excited to see that happen. So that, to me, would be their easy option.
Yeah.
Whether it's the right option or not, I don't know.
I mean, I feel like Jose's almost like a bit of a shot, isn't he? A bit of, a shot of
it's a free shot as well.
Red Bull or something, where just that it's going to be, you could win a trophy or two, and it's not going to last very long, but the highs will be there usually, and then there's going to be a long come down after that. So it's almost like I feel like he's a guy we could bring in. Just think of it as for a season or two. Hopefully things will be exciting and good, and then it probably will fall on its face after that. But could it just be the launch pad for this whole AF thing? Because at the moment it seems to be just absolutely plateauing, and it's, we're stuck in a bit of a weird place at the moment.
We'd have to forget about the long-term planning. I think, like you say, it'd be exactly that what you're saying, DX, like a short-term hit, of euphoria, if you want to put it that way, and win a cup or two, and then you're going to have a hangover at the ends, but hopefully you can then just crack on from there. You got Lee there saying, imagine a derby with Jose, he'd probably headbutt the Sunderland manager.
That's Pardew.
Yeah, it's true. Like I remember Pardew, he didn't, obviously he headbutted Marlett, didn't he? Well, but he went for Martin O'Neill as well in the derby game. He didn't obviously do anything, but he was certainly telling Martin O'Neill what he thought at St James's. And Christina says, Sunderland are never beating Jose's Newcastle. Obviously that.
But Christina, you've always been an Eddie in kind of gal. That's a big statement for you.
Yeah, but he's a 180, isn't he? Again, apart from the fact that you're drawn in by the Stardust, if it wasn't for that, you'd be looking at Jose, and he's the absolute opposite of Eddie Howe. So if you like Eddie Howe, then you would have thought that Jose wouldn't be your type of manager. But yeah, it's the romantic side of it. I think when we're going for these managers, when we're talking about these managers, who we could get, I think that I understand you want to aim high. I get it. And I know Chris, is saying, we need to go for it. And they might say, no, you've got to at least try. And yes, I get that. And I understand. I think maybe we should do that. And say Luis Enrique, absolutely. Ask the question at PSG. It's very unlikely, obviously, he would come. But yeah, ask the question. Maybe Nagelsmann as well. I can't say I've seen his teams play loads, but just based on reputation, based on achievements on paper and experience, then yeah, ask the question of Nagelsmann. But I think a big reputation doesn't automatically mean it's the right fit. There has to be the substance there, and they have to be in the right groove in their career. And I think those two, for example, probably certainly are. But like I say, you look at Jose at Tottenham, you look at Conte at Tottenham. Don't get us wrong, Conte is doing well at Italy, but I think certain managers would fit certain clubs and maybe certain leagues. And yeah, I think when a manager walks in the dressing room with that big reputation, that only lasts for so long, no matter who you are. And if you're getting the players' backs up, if the players don't buy in ultimately long term to what the manager wants and what he's trying to do with his tactics and how he's managing players one-on-one, it doesn't really count for much down the line if it all goes wrong. So this is where you've got to be really careful when you're appointing this sort of manager, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think as well, you don't want to be in a situation where things spiral. And this is where you look at Tottenham and how poisonous it's got at Tottenham. it can spiral out of control if you have too many kind of bad apples, or if the dressing room is totally split. That can be quite a big challenge, I think, for the next man to come in and pick up those pieces. So yeah, it's all well and good saying get him in and we'll enjoy it for a bit, and then when it goes wrong, we'll get someone else. But it's not always as easy. It's one thing saying that, it's not as easy just to do that, because, like I say, you're riding against the tide, and in that situation, if it is toxic in the dressing room, because he's fell out with everyone, and he's just caused he's brought a whole wave of negativity to the environment, then, which again, I'm just going off what has tended to happen. Then yeah, that can be difficult to turn back around, for the next man. But so that would be my worry with Jose. Yeah.
I was thinking about this. So I didn't. I'm not sure who Chris said. I'm guessing Alonso would be one of them. But I think my concern with just saying, "Oh, we'll just go for all these managers," and if they say no, they say no. I think with the whole Emery thing, that was quite embarrassing. That played out in public, and it leaked out when it shouldn't have done. And then he turned us down, and he goes to Villa a few months later. And we've had that with the players, of course, with João Pedro and other players who Ekatike and all this, who have rejected us. Sesko's another one, and every day you're getting a different report on Twitter, and all these football agents are playing with us a little bit. And I'd hate to think that we would go down that route again. In the first place, it would undermine Eddie Howe if we suddenly it came out, we actually had a chat with Alonso's agent or something. We need to make sure that we go for managers who are attainable, and I suppose there's ways of finding that out without going in and offering contracts and going, right, come on, we'll give you a 4-year contract with 200 grand a week, just come to us. Because then I think that's going to, then where does that leave Eddie Howe? It's almost like it's just a sitting duck waiting to be shot at, really. So yeah, I'm not sure I would go down that route of just go around and try and get all the big names in.
It's a delicate situation, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Yeah,
a lot's going to depend on a couple of things. A, how the season pans out generally, and also B, how the World Cup pans out. Can anyone still see Slot being at Liverpool after the end of the season?
It's in the balance. The fans want him out.
As loyal as the Liverpool board have always been, can anyone seriously see that happening?
They're saying on TalkSport that they are going to have to sell to buy, so maybe they can't afford to sack him because he's got quite a few years left on his contract, hasn't he? I think Eddie's only got 1 year left, hasn't he, on his contract?
I'm not sure. I think it's undisclosed, isn't it? It was a long-term deal, I think. But what's your point, Win, about Slot? Are you saying about taking him?
If we are thinking of, again, this is all, what's going on in the background. If we're seriously considering replacing Howe, now would be the time to do it. Now that would be the time to get a new man signed up.
Yeah.
So that come the summer, we're not then competing with your Chelsea's, because Rafinha's not going to be there. Your Man U's, is Carrick going to be there? Liverpool, etc.
I agree. Honestly, Win, I agree. And this is what my fear is. Like, to me, I think the board should have, I know it depends, like you say, on how we finish the season. We still could finish, at least top half anyway. But I think for me, we've seen enough this season to make a calculated opinion and judgment as to whether we think Eddie Howe, is the man to still continue and to try and, still take us forward. I think the board need to come to that conclusion now. And I'm hearing The Athletic reporting that as far as Newcastle are concerned, everything's, there's no plans in place to discuss anything. Everything's on course to be discussed as and when at the end of the season, as per normal. And I don't like that. We have to react to the situation as it unfolds. And exactly what you're saying, Win. I mean, again, I know Areola isn't everyone's first choice, but just as an example, if the board decided, he might be the best fit, well, you can wait until the end of the season. You might well be snapped up by then. So I do not like this idea of just waiting and then, okay, let's have a nice sit down review. Okay, let's go. No, football is a live thing. It's always moving. Yeah, so we need to react accordingly. And it's no slighting again on Eddie Howe. I know it sounds harsh. He's in the hot seat, and I think ultimately, if the board don't believe Eddie Howe is the right man going forward, the ideal way to part ways is to announce it before the last home game, and he'd get one hell of a send-off and golden handshake.
You don't want to get like it under Bobby. You don't want
Exactly.
it to turn like that. And that's kind of my fear, really, for the game coming up against Bournemouth, to be honest, this Saturday. So I think with Eddie, I can well see us finishing bottom half, unfortunately. Yeah. And I'm just not sure if he can survive that. I think the club, I think they'll want to keep him. You know what I mean? I think the plan all along would have been to have just stuck by Eddie. I don't think they would have seen us this low down in the table. I don't think they would have predicted that. Do you know what I mean? I think in their mind, the club probably thought, even if they don't get Champions League or even Europa League, they probably assumed that you'll still get us kind of like top 8 or fighting for those places. And I think for them, that would have been good enough because I think they like him, and rightly so. But I think if he starts finishing in the bottom half, I think they may well start to question if there's other managers out there. And again, just going back to Iriola, I mentioned about Jose as well. I think maybe Iriola, I said Jose is not really a sensible appointment because it's not long term. He's not going to play the young players probably. That's why I'm thinking maybe Iriola. He's free now, and I think his profile maybe is the sensible option if they are going to part ways with Eddie. But they're going to have to. It really is a tricky one because they're going to have to make a decision at some point. It is because they're then sacking. I don't care what anyone says. I know Eddie Howe has got a lot of stick, and again, rightly so. But ultimately, you're sacking the manager who has brought the first trophy in how many decades? He's got 2 Champions Leagues. I'm just saying from their point of view, from the board's point of view, it's a bold call. It's a bold decision to make. You could argue in one way it isn't because the performance this season has been poor. And I think that when I look at the red flags...
On the back of £250,000 spent, £250 million spent.
Yeah, there's that. This is the problem, right, is for me, it's going to be a rebuild, isn't it? I think in terms of the playing staff, right, this summer. And I just wish I'd seen more signs this season from Eddie to show to me that he could be part of that rebuild in terms of that ruthlessness, to say to the board, right, you can sell him, he ain't doing it. Gordon's a prima donna. You know what I mean? And just be ruthless. I'm not sure if Eddie is going to be on board with maybe the refresh that I think the club might need in terms of the playing squad.
Yeah.
Interesting. And there's a weird scenario that's just popped into my head of, I don't know if anyone's mentioned it, but can you imagine if Bournemouth did sort of batter us at the weekend, that we could have the Bournemouth fans cheering Eddie Howe and the Newcastle fans booing him? That'd be weird. I don't think I've ever known that of a manager to get, cheered by his opposition.
Simultaneously.
Yeah, it would be quite weird, wouldn't it?
They'll probably have their eye on him coming back because they know Iriola's going now. So I think they would love Eddie.
But would he? I know he loves Bournemouth, but do you think? I feel like there's maybe another level for him to go to.
Yeah, he would want to aim higher. I agree.
Yeah, but it's a strange one. If we swapped managers, that'd be a weird one, wouldn't it? A swap deal for managers, do a trade.
Yeah, I just think momentum is like a massive thing in football, and we have to look at the here and now. And the momentum with Eddie Howe is that he looks fatigued. He has been out of ideas, and you can see it. He hasn't had the solutions. He hasn't had the ideas to change the trajectory that we've been on. So, it's not on paper, it's about the here and now,
Yeah, I'm going to put this out there just as playing purely devil's advocate, right? What the board might might think and what they might say behind the scenes is that in the same way that you might judge a Glasner, for example, or a manager who's done all right the last few years, they might say, we're going to look at Eddie in the same way, in the same light, as in, okay, he hasn't pulled up any trees this season, but he did last season and he did the other season before that, or 2 seasons before that. He's worked, let's be honest, he's done the job he's done has been like fantastic at Newcastle, right? Overall. And in a way, you look at managers when you are recruiting, you do the same thing. You look at the body of work, don't you? So Glasner might end up doing nothing this season, but he's still probably going to get hired by a decent club because they're going to look at the previous season. So again, I'm just trying to look at the board's point of view here. I'm not saying this is necessarily what I think, but I'm just putting that out there as a different perspective, maybe is what the board might be thinking.
Exactly. Just before you come in, Win, just to come back on that, and I think you're right, but then I think that manager, yes, would be hired by another club because his methods would then work on a new set of players, whereas Eddie Howe, he is fixated on the likes of Joe Linton and Anthony Gordon. So that fixation has shown no signs of wavering up until this point. So that wouldn't be an issue if Eddie Howe went to another club. So Eddie Howe will probably do a brilliant job wherever he goes after Newcastle. And I know that it's a case of looking and say, well, there you go. Why on earth didn't we keep him? But again, it's a different dynamic to managing the players that he has right now that he's went completely stale with and that he can't get a tune out of. And that, again, he's fixated with certain players that he just can't bring himself to drop, you know? Any thoughts, Will?
Well, I don't necessarily go along with this fixated with certain players and all that.
I don't know, like...
Yeah, it's a widely held belief, but I'm not sure. I just think he thinks they're the best people for the job.
Well, that's what I mean, really.
And if he thought somebody else could do it better, he would pick them. But my worry for Eddie is, and I've said it before, is that he's just burnt out.
Yeah.
He needs a rest.
Yeah.
He's never had the wind behind him since he came to Newcastle. There's been setback after setback after setback, whether it be PSR, PPF, injuries, Amanda going, the fallout with Mitchell, the Isaac. He's never had a fair wind, and despite all of that, he has still achieved what he's achieved, which I think is pretty remarkable, which is why I've got so much more patience than a lot of other people, rightly so, haven't got.
Yeah, and that's where you go back to the faith, isn't it? And I do get it. I really do. You go, you know what?
You could argue with his blind faith.
Yeah.
And I'll take that on board. I don't mind.
Yeah. It's like, let's just hold our nerve, and what will be, and plant our flag down. But I think what I'd hate to do happen is, like Peter says, the same thing that happened with Sir Bobby. You start next season, and the bad will, if you like, rolls into next season after we lose a few games, and all of a sudden it's completely untenable, and then he gets sacked, and it's just very messy, and it just all collapses. We really have to just, if we're going to back him, we have to back him. And it is, like you say, Wayne, about the chaos that he's had to deal with. It is very tempting on the one hand as well to look at the summer coming up, and everything's in place. We've got the DOF, we've got the CTO, and Eddie Howe can have a holiday this time, So from that point of view, it is very tempting. I want to see signs that Eddie Howe was going to say to Ross Wilson, go and bring in that 18-year-old Brazilian lad. I'll incorporate him, no problem. I haven't seen those signs to encourage us that way. Right, who you got on the screen, Win? Is that Jose?
That's Jose in front of the statue.
Yeah,
that would be the scene. That
would sell it, wouldn't it? It would sell it.
That would. I mean, there'd be thousands outside there. Good old AI.
It would be huge, actually, wouldn't it? When you think about it,
it would take the football world by storm.
Yeah, it'd be massive.
It'll be
What's saying?
exciting. It'll be exciting. I'll say
Was I
that.
saying Mourinho has spies in Spurs, Man U, Chelsea? Well, that could only help. I mean, that's the other thing about Mourinho. He'll have his fingers in pies
Yeah.
all over the place. You know, the places he's been and whatnot.
Yeah, I mean, I would just
still
say as
help.
well, yeah, it is a romantic side, isn't it? Because, you know, even if we don't think of the Premier League clubs, you know, I would ask again, why hasn't one of the bigger clubs in Europe, I know, you know, Benfica are a big club, but in one of the better
Major
leagues,
leagues. Yeah.
why hasn't any of those clubs came in for him? I mean, I think we know, don't we? Because he is ultimately past his best. It's not to say that he can't do a job, obviously, but it just, yeah, there's clear warning signs there, you know, where you're ignoring them maybe. But I mean, again, when you see pictures like that, you can imagine the scenes on it, and I would get swept away. I know I would in that moment in time. So I honestly get it. I do. I'm going to switch over to another talking point here. I think you discussed them. I don't know how in depth you went into it, Win, but we've been linked with the Porto winger. Sorry, speaking of Portugal, according to Dario AS journalist Eduardo Burgos, Newcastle have joined the race for FC Porto's 20-year-old winger William Gomes. He reports that Newcastle have intensified their interest in the Brazilian, but the player's future won't be sorted until the World Cup, and he's scored 12 goals and has 2 assists in 35 games in all competitions this season. Have you seen him play, DX? Whether you
No.
have or not, what? Right, okay. I mean,
What was
just
his name? Give me the name again.
his name is let's have a look. William Gomes.
And he's 18.
He's 20 years old.
Oh, sorry, 20. William Gomez. No, I can't honestly say that one.
He's a right winger, by the way.
Okay, is he highly rated? I guess he must be, right? If we're in there with a few other clubs. I mean, you hear these links, don't you? And I'm always a bit skeptical about, because we get linked with so many players. And but if that sort of thing did happen, it would be quite interesting if he's got the potential and the talent, you know, to see us bringing in that kind of player, because it's not quite what we've been doing. It's the blueprint's been to bring in, when it has been players from abroad, 22 to 25-ish, 24, 25-year-olds. So 20 is a bit younger. We have brought in, obviously, the younger side with, I've forgotten his name now. Is it the South Korean winger? Is he South Korean? Anyway, the Korean winger that we brought in. And yeah, the sort of the 18-year-olds, that kind of bracket. But we haven't really, I guess this guy would go straight into the first team picture if we got him right.
He'd cost apparently 50 to 60 million euros. Okay. So based on that, you would say so, wouldn't you? Yeah.
Yeah, imagine if you shoved him in the under 21s.
Yes. Sent him on loan to Brecon City.
Yeah.
I think Paula will step in and say, I'll take over from here. Thank you very much.
But should we be going for the £60 million signings, do you think? I mean, I know obviously that player must be rated, Gomes must be rated really highly, but I kind of think that isn't that kind of what we've all been saying we should get away from a little bit. Maybe find the little rough diamonds for 20 million, 15, 20 million, get a few of those instead and load up a few of those. Ryan, yeah, that kind of player. Just think that would be a big punt to bring in a guy for 60 million when we've had a summer of 55. Well, 55 was our rotten number, wasn't it? Kept buying £55 million stinkers. So hopefully that doesn't happen again.
It does sound like a lot, doesn't it? And yeah. I know it's Portugal, and I know Michael's not keen on that league in terms of barometer as to how to judge a player. What do you think, Peter? I mean, he's a right winger. I think you'd be happy to at least go for a right winger. Am I right in saying?
Yeah.
Considering that two will have.
Yeah. I mean, for me, Elanga, look, he's got to prove me wrong, but sitting here now, for me, it's a write-off. Like, I just don't think he's going to cut it. End of story. So, I would, and then obviously you got Jacob Murphy, and yeah, he's you can't go into next season, I don't think, with Jacob Murphy as your first choice right winger. as good as great as he's been for Newcastle the last few years, I think he's obviously past his best this season. He's been poor. So yeah, but I can't say I've watched this lad play, so can't really give you much insight, unfortunately. But I think it is a position. The problem is, right, we've got so many positions now that we need to target. I think that's the problem for this summer. And how do you prioritize?
Yeah, go on, Win.
I was just going to say, just while you've been talking, somebody said, how did Jose do at Fenerbahce and Roma? This is his record.
What?
So, Porto, 2.32 points per game. And this, by the way, this is 127 games. This is like 3 seasons. This is not a couple of games. Real Madrid, 2.3. Inter Milan, 2.12. So, bear in mind, 2.12 is more than 76 points a season. Chelsea, 2.11. Even Fenerbahce, where he was allegedly a failure, 2.02. Let's go down to the worst one of the lot in England. 86 games at Tottenham, where he averaged 1.77 points
That's
per
pretty
game.
good. to be fair.
That's 67 points in a season.
Yeah, that's decent.
That's how bad that is. So that's saying, even at
That's
Roma,
good. I mean, that's surprisingly good.
Well, why did he leave Fenerbahce?
because he got into bother with the Turkish football authorities for calling out the
I remember, yeah, the referees.
what was going on behind the scenes. We'll say no more.
Yeah, he was implying something.
Yeah.
Blimey.
That's what he comes with.
That's interesting. I mean, that I didn't realize his numbers were that good at Tottenham, for example. And Man United was nearly 2 points a game, which I know it's Man United, and I think they finished second once or twice under him, didn't they? And they won. What, they win the Europa League or something?
Yeah,
wasn't
what
a bad
it's Solskjaer like, but yeah.
Yeah. No, it wasn't a bad tenure though, was it? Really, when you look at what's been going on there since, like Van Gaal did okay and Mourinho did okay, and then the rest of them have been a shambles, really. So. No, fair play.
1.97. Well, yeah, I didn't realise actually he had 3.5 seasons at Man United.
Did he?
144 games.
But yeah.
I remember at the end of that reign, it just seemed to be, really stuck in a rut. It seemed really toxic, and
his big signing was Pogba. Pogba got injured, and then when he came back, he wasn't at it at all. And Jose being Jose, let him know he wasn't at it. So there was a massive, big fallout there.
There's a video, isn't there, of him on the training ground?
And it was £100 million signing, so that was all dumped on his toes.
Yeah, I do remember that. That's and he did spend a lot of money there, didn't he? He spent loads, as I recall.
He did.
Didn't he buy Maguire as well?
No.
I think that was Solskjaer. He bought Dalot, he bought Lukaku for a lot of money, who did flop, to be fair.
That was it. Pogba and Lukaku were the two biggies. And by the way, Lukaku had an okay season.
He did well to start with. He just got too big, didn't he? Too bulky.
Yeah, he couldn't trot a bag of cement, could he? Really?
He was brilliant when he was younger. He's a brilliant player.
West Brom and Everton. I think
Mm.
that's when he was at his best.
That was his peak.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, with Jose, right? Part of me thinks, with the romantic side, if you're going to go down that avenue, maybe just keep Eddie Howe, you know what I mean? And just be like, you know what? You're our man, and you gave us so much. Let's back you, That's kind of one thought that I've had, that if you want to go down that route, I know some people aren't necessarily...
My argument is that what's the worst? By keeping Eddie on, let the DOF pick the transfers and whatnot in the summer, albeit with a bit of input from Eddie, obviously. What's the worst thing that can happen? The worst thing that can happen is we can get to, I don't know, let's say Christmas, and things are still coming off the rails. You'll probably know before then, as happened with Bobby. He got 5 games and that was it. Because you can tell then. You can actually tell.
Then doesn't that leave you in a bit of a tough spot? You've got 5 games into the season. You're trying to find a manager and paying off the last manager. I don't know if that's...
Well, that's the point. With Eddie, you wouldn't be paying off the last manager. Because he's still under contract. He'll only be paying off a couple of months, a few months.
Of his last year, you mean? Yeah, I mean, I don't know though. I don't know if you just keep going down a dark alley until you get attacked. I think that maybe sometimes you turn back and go, that maybe there's a better path to take here. But I think that
I just think anything else is a gamble. Everything else is as much a gamble as
everything's a gamble, isn't it?
Eddie.
But I think 6 games to go, and like we've said, if it gets ugly, if it's 3-0 defeat to Bournemouth and then 3-0, then I think that's the time when they just have to.
Well, listen, if the crowd turns, that'll be it.
I don't want the board to rely on that. That's what I don't like the idea of that. I want the board to have the foresight to say, if they don't think that Eddie Howe is in the right state, if you like, to continue and to get back to his most vibrant best, if he's too fatigued, then I want them to make that decision. I don't want Eddie Howe to go through a last 3-4 home games where it's getting toxic and he's getting booed. The board should be big enough to be above that and not rely on that for me. Go on, Peter.
I think as well, if it does get toxic like that, and again, that's just not what I want to see after, we had it with Robson and Souness, but yeah, I think if it got like that, and that may well be coming up on the horizon very shortly, the next few weeks. So I feel like Eddie may well at that point say, do you know what? This environment is not conducive to success. I don't want it to kind of like, I don't want to prolong this. Let's, part ways. I think Eddie would do that, to be honest.
I do too, yeah. I don't think he's the kind of manager who's going to do an Allardyce or a Bruce and hang on, to the bitter end to try and get his payout.
I can turn this around.
Yeah. I don't even think it was that with Bruce. It was just like, I'm not leaving without being paid to leave. £3 million, there you go.
No, exactly.
Yeah,
the thing is,
I
we've
agree
seen that
with you,
with
Peter. I think he would walk.
Yeah. Look at this season. Our first thought against Sunderland away, right, was when I first kind of like, I looked at him on the touchline. I thought I'd never seen him like that before. He looked really kind of, he looked bereft of ideas, and he looked kind of shocked really at what he was witnessing. And we've seen that on a few other occasions since then. And yeah, so the signs are there, I think, for that to potentially happen.
One bad season doesn't make a summer summit, says Wazza.
Cheers, Matt.
But yeah, that's it.
Momentum is massive in football. I would just, say that. I think, and again,
confidence
Eddie Howe
as well, man. Confidence.
Exactly. And his confidence, seems shot.
Yeah.
So it's not. It's no magic wand. His body of work beforehand is brilliant and deserves adulation for that. But it doesn't mean it's a magic wand to shake him out of his, funk that he's in right now. And that's obviously transmitted to the players. He hasn't had the solutions. And yes, there's mitigating circumstances. Honestly, I understand that. But I do think that there's a lot of red flags as well in regards to Eddie Howe's evolution and what he's bringing to the table right now in terms of solving the problems and in terms of being part of a plan going forward, where, for example, you are incorporating a few more younger players. You are being a bit more open to being tactically more flexible. And, obviously the whole Volamada situation is not a great look when you're spending that sort of money on a striker. And it looks like he's given up on him, at least for this season. Now, is that on Volamada? It's a bit of both. Obviously, the truth is always in the middle, I think. It's a bit of both, but ultimately, part of it is that Eddie Howe has not had it in him to find a solution for a striker that the club have paid a hell of a lot of money for. And that's without even trying to play him with a partner. He's went all season without even trying to do that.
Well, I just wonder as well, because Donna in the chat there has said about how Eddie Howe kind of looks like he did when he left Bournemouth at the end of the Bournemouth reign, where he'd hit a brick wall, and obviously we know he went away and he went to Atletico, and he had a bit of a rethink as to how he operates as a manager. And I wonder if he will think that's it's time for that again, for him to now go away again. Like you say, when he's not had much. He's a workaholic by all accounts. He's there, 6 till 6 sort of thing. And in the summers that he's had at Newcastle, it's been chaos. So I just
Couldn't
wonder
have
if
a
he
break
will.
last up.
Well, yeah, I think maybe he'll feel burnt out. But I admit as well, he hasn't helped himself, like you said to me, this season. Yeah, the red flags have been there, unfortunately. And yeah, so we can go through them as well in terms of the list of them. We've got Nick Pope, I think Gordon, for me, is, get into that. But I mean, I noticed as well, Tonali was playing right back, West Ham away at one point. Lewis Hall has been played
Is
at
that
right
right,
back.
Roy?
Dan Burn against Brentford.
Yeah.
that's-
And
Didn't see much.
that screamed desperation to me. When I saw Lewis Hall at right back at the last 10 minutes against Brentford at home, I was like, wow, that is. And like I said,
Weird.
Tonali, West Ham away at right back for the last 10 minutes. It's like desperate stuff, really. And it's a shame to see, but he hasn't helped himself. He needs to be more ruthless, in my
Does.
opinion. And I think the Gordon thing is a whole topic in itself. I think he should have been way more ruthless with Anthony
Oh.
Gordon.
There are
There's
little things.
There's an interesting thought. Give Eddie a Mourinho sabbatical.
What does that mean?
And that, well, let Eddie have a few months off while Jose comes in.
Mourinho holds the reins. I'm not too sure Jose would be agreeing to that one. I don't think
Eddie.
he holds Newcastle
He might
close to
not
his
be.
heart, nowhere near enough to do that. But yeah, interesting one though. I think
Lynn's saying he looks broken. He's going. I'm certain of it.
He looks
But I hope-
exhausted, doesn't he?
But I
Does.
hope I'm wrong, and that's me. It's
I
weird.
know. It
But-
is strange. Honestly, if you'd said to me at the start of the season, look, Eddie Howe's gonna have a bad season this season, what would your reaction be? I'd be like, you know what? That's the first real bad season that he's had.
Yeah.
I'd give him a pass. That's what I would have said. So in one way, I'm maybe fickle in that sense, but like I say, I'm desperate to see more green shoots of recovery from him. I want to see them,
Yeah.
and if I'm being brutally honest, I have to be honest. I have to just say what I see in front of us.
That's right.
And I'm just not seeing enough, and I just fear that we're going to get in next season, and we're going to be in the same situation where we have a lot of the same, I'm going to say teething problems, but major problems really, and it would end worse than it should do, maybe he'll turn things around the last 6 games and come up with a 4-2-3-1 and go, you know what? Yeah, I've learned, and in terms of, I think we've got to go a different way now. And you might then start thinking twice, and like I say, faith, there's something to be said for having faith for somebody who was giving you a lot. But
Christina's saying I'm Tim out now. Can't be having fickleness.
Yep.
But I think the football as well,
Right.
isn't it? The football isn't like if you're playing really, really well, and sometimes you just have bad luck. Like if we'd played against Sunderland and we'd battered them, and then they just got a dodgy penalty and an own goal or something, we'd all be annoyed. But you kind of look at it in the cold light of day and go, well, we had 25 shots, their goalkeeper just saved everything, and we should have had a penalty, blah blah blah. But it's not like that. We're not dominating any matches. And we've had maybe like 2 or 3 matches in the whole season, not discounting the Champions League when we're playing some not so good teams at times, where we haven't really dominated games and we haven't been able to put our authority on games. We normally, like last season, we battered Palace 5-0 and Man United 4-1. We had quite a few of those big wins where you thought, oh, we played some good football there.
Mm-hmm.
This season, we haven't seen much of that. So that's put that with the results, and then it's a big problem, really.
What they're saying, Tim's funny, speaks git proper, and then he says,
Yeah. Try to keep it professional, but the Geordie comes out now and again, and I see Geordie being in Washington. You know what I mean? Yeah, and sorry, Christina. I am maybe being fickle. If I'd said that at the start of the season, I would have said no. Keep the faith, and that's what we want to do as Newcastle fans. But I think what I would say as well is there's a phrase, isn't there, where if somebody shows you who they are, believe them. And to me, Eddie Howe, I think the overarching thing with Eddie Howe is that he is very conservative and he's very cautious. It applies to subs. It applies to
Limit.
rotation. It applies to youngsters. It applies to players who don't want to play in a certain position. It's across the board. That nature applies to all of those things, and I just think that overarching issue is holding back a lot of the positives that he also brings to the table. And when you factor in the momentum, the negative momentum that he has, it's just very difficult to see a way forward where we can really start to get moving forward again up the league next season. I mean, obviously, summer is a whole different thing in terms of, well, you can bring players in, etc. We've got Ross Wilson now on board, etc. But I think you can see, obviously, where I'm coming from. I'll ask a question as well. So in the summer, like Peter says, there's going to be a bit of a high turnover of players. And I think Kev said that, maybe, I don't want to throw Kev under the bus, but I've heard other people say that Eddie Howe is the last thing you want to change when you've got all these other changes going on. But if Eddie Howe is quite wedded to certain players like Joe Linton, would a new manager not be more conducive to tackling a summer like that? Peter?
That's my kind of issue, really, in terms of looking at the transfer window and looking at the summer. And I said before about the rebuild, it is going to be a rebuild, isn't it? This summer, it's I think going to be like you say, a high turnover, and I just can't say hand on heart that I would trust Eddie to be as ruthless as what I feel like he would need to be with this squad, with the outgoings and with the incomings. I mean, again, if we're going to pick on sort of individual players, for me, Gordon, he's run his course. It's like I would take 50. Seriously, I would take 50 million, never mind 70. And I just feel like he's been abysmal left hand side this season. I think up front he's
So
done
what
better.
are Bayern Munich and Arsenal saying him then?
Well, I know.
I don't think
I
I'd
know.
take 50.
People will say, do I think I know better than Bayern Munich? You know, who am I to say that? I get that. Fair enough. I mean, then again, Bayern Munich went and got Vincent Kompany, who got bloody Burnley relegated. So they've got a funny way of working, haven't they?
And how did that come about? Because Company refused to change the way he was playing at Burnley.
Yeah.
Even though all of the evidence was there to say, if you keep playing like this, you're going to get relegated. No, this is the way I do it. This is the way I do it.
Yeah.
Give him a load of better players.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, you could argue
that's what happens.
Yeah, and he got rewarded for that. I mean, I would say, if you're a Burnley fan, you'd say, "Oh well, cheers for that, mate." Like I paid how much for a season ticket, and you're kind of putting yourself really ahead of the club by this philosophy that gets us relegated.
Yeah.
And I say this is my worry as well with managers. There's a lot of managers out there who are blaggers, in my opinion, and they just go on about philosophy. And at the end of the day, their philosophy is playing five-a-side, ticky-taka with two centre-halves and a goalkeeper and playing with fire all the time. And it's like, but then they go up the end of the pitch and they don't want to take that risk by playing forward balls into the box. But they will take the risk in their own 6-yard box. It's skewed that way. So I do fear that, you know, I don't want to end up with someone like that personally. I don't like that style of play. But in terms of going back to Gordon, if he suits buying, he suits buying. Do you know what? Whatever. If that's the way, the weird world of football, then so be it. But for Newcastle United, I just think he ain't suiting Newcastle. That's the bottom line for me. We've gave him a chance this season. I think last season he was off form. The season before that he was brilliant. But then the links with Liverpool, I think, threw him a little bit. And last season he was kind of off the boil a little bit. But he wasn't all bad. He was just, he wasn't
he had
quite
his
good.
out to work with.
Yeah, that helped. He had moments, don't get us wrong. He was decent still. I'm not saying he was a disaster last season, but he kind of fell off a little bit. And then this season, he's just went way off the cliff. And again, Eddie Howe he's not got a grip of that situation. He needed to grasp control back in that situation and say, in my opinion, he needed to say, Anthony Gordon, look, you're going to play right wing because Harvey Barnes is doing his stuff left wing. And if he didn't want to play ball, then that's Gordon's problem. But yeah, I think you come to the summer. Is Eddie going to be willing to trade? Because it does seem like there's a lot of players who are going to have to. I would say even J7, like you mentioned to me earlier, like it just seems like if J7 is fit, he's in. No questions asked, he's playing. And I just think we could have evolved the style a bit more this season with Ramsey. Yes, Ramsey's been playing more games the second half of the season. But, Palace comes around and he's back on the bench and J7 straight back in. And is J7 someone who might need to move aside this summer? I think Tino might need it. Just his head doesn't look right. He's defensively. Is he really all that? I mean,
yeah, I would sell him. Win. What would you do with Gordon in the summer?
I wouldn't sell him for less than 70 million.
So you would sell him if you got 70?
If I got 70, I would sell him, yeah.
Would you be actively looking to sell him?
As I said, yes, currently he's standing us 9 million on the books now. So anything over that is clear.
Would you look to sell him? Would you actually tout him?
It depends on what sort of football we're going to try and play. If we want to play any sort of pressing football, he's the only player we've got who plays the press really, really well. So if we're going to persevere and try, and which is what a lot of people want, to build the team around Walter Marder, then that ain't pressing, so just get shot.
DX, what would you do with Gordon in the summer?
Yeah, I probably would sell him if that kind of offer came in. I'm just I think there's a little bit of a myth over Harvey Barnes as well. Although I really like Harvey Barnes, but he's only scored in 3 Premier League games this season, and he hasn't got any assists. So I'm a little bit like, I think we've got to maybe. It's easy to gloss over and say it's just a Gordon problem. I think on that left side, there's been neither of those guys have really stepped up to their maximum. There's been moments like 2 goals for Barnes against Leeds, 2 against Man City. They were both good performances, of course. But I'd probably. So this summer, I kind of worked it out. I went through and I figured out I figured that maybe 11 players would go, because I do think Toon Army will leave. I think Tino will go, and I think Gordon will go. So 11 players leaving. And I looked at and that's Trippier and all those guys as well. But then looking at the gaps in the squad, we'd need at least 10 to replace them. That's a hell of a turnover in the summer. And I just think it might end up making next season another transitional season, because then you're almost like just rolling the dice, hoping for a bit of luck. Really.
I'm also hoping, by the way, that we get a bit of second season syndrome with
Baltimore.
With Walter and with Wissa. I haven't given up on Wissa. And I don't think, even though I've virtually given up on him, I don't think Elanga can turn from the player who had the 2 seasons with Forest that we bought him on the strength of into this horrible player that we've seen this season.
Well, technically useless, isn't he? But he's got the attributes physically. But I think, I think Elanga might be able to turn it around. I think Ramsey will be a decent player for us.
Yeah, I think
I do think Voltemada, I think we'll keep him and he'll do better next season. So whether that's with Eddie or someone else, I just think this is a common theme with Eddie as well, isn't it? Like the first season, a lot of these players are kind of garbage, and then they improve a lot in the second season, and you think, God, that's like a new signing. They look totally renewed. So I think maybe it takes a while for them to get to understand how he wants them to play. Whether Voltemada and Visser and these guys are the right types of players for the way we play, I don't know. But I certainly would. I think if we could get decent money back for Visser, I'd probably keep Asula and get rid of him, to be honest. But with Voltemada, I'd certainly be looking to keep him. And especially not loaning him out. I think that's crazy. I've heard that rumor.
Interesting comment from Wazza. Yeah, just thinking outside the box. Craig Bellamy to take over.
Bit of a hothead.
He hasn't had some, like in the past, he hasn't had nice things to say about Newcastle, actually.
Probably smashed the Sheriff factory, wouldn't he? Probably.
He kind of I mean, to be fair, it was obviously a very turbulent time in that period. With obviously, with Bob Simmons, Tunes, and it was very up. The emotional side of things was very up and down, but he's kind of slagged off the fans. When he's looked back at his time
All
at
right, I
Newcastle.
haven't heard that. Well, if he's done that, forget it. It's a non-starter.
A great player, good player for Newcastle. But
because I think he's doing a canny job at Wales as well.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
Yeah, he speaks quite well, doesn't he, as well? And I think when he slagged off the fans, it was more in the immediate aftermath of his exit. I think he has had kind of words to say about us in more recent times. But yeah, obviously he had that tiff with Shearer. And I mean, Craig Bellamy, great player for us, and he gets overlooked, I think, by pundits in terms of how impactful he was for us alongside Alan Shearer. But I think Craig Bellamy, speaking about Bobby Robson and that season he went, Craig Bellamy didn't help things kind of mouthing off after that Norwich game that we drew 2-2, saying how open we were and we're this and we're that, and basically didn't do Sir Bobby any favours in that game. But that's a whole other story. But he looks like he's doing a good job at Wales. Yeah.
I've just AI'd Bellamy on NUFC fans. Craig Bellamy has described Newcastle United fans as incredible, and playing for them is an honour, noting that the club is a special religion-like place that made him feel at home. However, he has also been critical, famously accusing fans of contributing to Sir Bobby Robson's exit. I'll take that. And acknowledging that they did not always love, but felt immense pressure and passion from the supporters, saying there was no better feeling than running out at St James's Park.
Yeah.
So he criticised the fans, like me, for wanting Bobby out. 2020 hindsight, he was
exactly it. Well, he was, but like I say, at the time, he could have done with backing Bobby up a bit more in terms of coming out in the press and doing just that instead of coming out in the press and saying basically Sir Bobby's tactics are wrong. So yeah, it's easy to throw stones in glass houses.
Both can be true, though, can't they?
Yeah, absolutely. But he was right in that it was chaos, and I think the fans, there was a lot of negativity. It was getting too toxic.
Yeah.
Certainly don't want that to happen with Eddie Howe. Yeah.
Incidentally, Champions League folks, Arsenal and Bayern Munich are both through. Real Madrid out and Sporting out.
Yeah.
So semi-final is now PSG, Arsenal, Bayern, and who was the other one last night?
Yeah. You say Real are out?
Real out, right? Bayern beat them.
Yeah. Nice.
They're a good team.
Who'll be Barcelona, Atletico?
Yeah.
Atleti, Arsenal, Bayern.
So Arteta's safe for another week then.
And PSG.
The league, PSG. The league is their main thing, really.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
Well, no. They've won the league. It doesn't matter if they blow the league, but win the Champions League. That's enough to keep him there.
It's enough to keep him in his job. I agree. But I think if they had to choose, they'd choose the league. That's what I think.
I don't know. I think even Arsenal fans would be divided if you give them the choice, one or the other.
They've
I
never
know
won
which
it,
one
have
I
they?
think they'd take.
I know it's a thing with Chelsea as well. Chelsea always gloat, don't they, saying you never win that. So maybe. It's just been such a long time, obviously, with the league. They want to get back to those years. But just quickly before we wrap up.
I was just going to say really quickly, 51st goal of the season for Harry Kane today.
Wow.
51st.
Unbelievable.
And we could have had him. We could have had him for 85 million, 60 million buyout, and 25 million pound contract, which is
From
what
where?
I was suggesting at the
from Bayern?
From Bayern in the summer.
Would he have came?
Money talks, doesn't it?
The Premier League record might have tempted him.
Maybe.
Exactly.
Possibly.
Mm-hmm.
Cheers, was
So
it?
we've got, was it?
Baghdad, from Baghdad. This is an AA meeting, mate. He's on his 17th Guinness, was I know.
Aye. Well,
Top man.
don't mind a Guinness now and again. Was it also says Rodgers' ideal replacement for J7?
We'll never get
What
him.
do you think of that?
different kind of player.
Two completely different
Yeah.
players.
We'll never get him from Villa. I don't think that's.
But I think Rodgers is being touted for either Man U or Arsenal. Isn't
He's gone off the boil a bit as well, Rodgers, by the way.
he? He has.
A little bit.
Believing his own publicity, perhaps.
Maybe.
Possibly,
He's definitely talented. Quinny says, Shearer for manager. He's great on match of the day. I don't think he is, to be honest. I don't know what you think. Do you like Shearer as a pundit?
Manager, Christ.
I think he's okay.
I think he's not a
Reckon?
bad pundit, actually. I quite like his punditry, but I just, we can't, I mean, he's not going to be a manager again.
No.
He likes
Well, I mean-
easy life too much.
No, exactly. And just very quickly before we wrap up, just on the point of, big names, and obviously, Shearer didn't have any history as a manager, but if you're going off just he had those 8 games at Newcastle and he walked in the dressing room, absolutely those players said themselves and stood up and took notice because he is the god of Newcastle walking in, telling them what to do. But as Kevin Nolan said, when it got down to nitty gritty in terms of how are we going to tackle this problem, he came in with preconceived ideas and didn't really go about it in a way that got the players on side ultimately. So again, it's just a little kind of anecdote as to where I think you can have all the aura if you like initially, but stardust if you like, but it does wear off quick if the players don't buy in to what you bring in terms of tactics and motivation, etc.
I do think, just quickly as well, just on Jose, I do think Jose plays on the kind of the Newcastle Bobby connection a little bit because he's kind of using it as an insurance policy, maybe with one eye of it being a potential job further down the line. How much of a connection he actually has, I'm not sure. Only he knows that. But let's put that out there.
Was close. Yeah, he was definitely close to Sir Bobby.
Oh, he was
no doubt
Sir
about
Bobby,
that.
Always salutes the statue.
You're witness to that.
Wasn't the last time I wasn't there the last time when you went out.
I know Chris was debating that, but I'll take your word for it.
He wanted to bring him in as assistant, didn't he? When Sir Bobby came to Newcastle, he wanted to actually bring Jose in as assistant, but Jose said that in an interview, and he said, but at that point he says, no, I need to build my own career now.
Be my own
That
man.
was when he was at the top of the tree.
But that would have been the dream, wouldn't it, if we'd had him in to replace Sir Bobby.
Exactly.
Well,
he was linked. He was linked to replace. I remember at the time when Robson went. There was just because I think he was at Porto still when
that's right.
Robson went. Yeah.
Instead, we got Souness.
Get it.
Instead, we got Souness, and
Bring
the
back
rest,
Souness.
as they say, is history.
His story, exactly. And I think a decent shout, Cesc. I do see the appeal of Cesc, no doubt about it.
Me too.
And as well, just quickly, if Pep had came under Sir Bobby in 99-2000 season, as Sir Bobby wanted, as a veteran midfielder, there could have been that connection years down the line between Pep and Newcastle, but that one unfortunately didn't pad out. But it's past 11 o'clock, so I think we'll wrap it up there, lads. It's been a great one. Thanks for all your comments as well out there, all your contribution, your likes and your super chats, and Wazza as well, giving those super chats. Really appreciate your support, mate. And
thank you, Prozac, for your membership contribution again, and welcome, Robert Wild.
Oh, well done.
And Super Wazza as usual, doing his brilliant stuff.
Top man. Well, keep on supporting the channel, and I would just say whatever.
Thank you
happens,
for the 100
keep
likes.
faith.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Got to raise your bat.
Well, the lads.
Sorry.
Oh, the lads.
Away the lads. Lasses and bands.
You are listening to NUFC Talk Radio, the voice of the Toon Army, live daily